All right, guys, welcome to the stream. I'm Jake Noecker holding it down for Home of Fight. Fights are starting right now, like the message says below. Here all night long in the media room, we're talking to every winner of every fight for UFC 330. So, and then obviously Dana White at the end of the night. So, yeah, hit up the comments. I'll be chatting. Behave yourselves. Behave yourselves. Behave yourselves. Ireland and Dagestan, behave yourselves. But otherwise, yeah, thanks for choosing Home of Fight. Let me know if there's any technical issues, and much love. I'm going to shut up. Enjoy the show.
switched my stance. I hit him with one, and then I switched my chin, and I seen him shoot go for a single leg. He went for the wrong leg. So he go for the right leg. I catch his head like footballs. And so
The choke, you said you had been working on that. Is that something you worked on for this camp or just your entire?
Like I just perfected. Like I grab heavyweights. Like I, to be honest, I even choked Joe Piper with that one time. But yeah, I choke a lot of get big guys with that. It's so easy to do that shit.
So when you did snatch,
Yeah, it was the wrap, and like so I had to perfect it because usually I like lean up with it, and then someone turned it, they'll get out. But if I know if I go over the head, over his body, and like just sit and just try to bring his head to my gut, he can't turn out. And then I'm like, all right, he's gonna try to turn, and then I'm like, but you know, I felt him go limp. I'm like, is he out? Oh no, I'm a whole, and then the ref grabbed me, and then it's too cold.
and then just last one for me, just to clarify what you said at the end, is it possible retirement? Is you want to come back? I guess what is?
Yeah, to be honest,
Yeah, mine's just.
you want to come back. I'm gonna go forward, and I don't, because I'm a talented fighter. To be honest, like I got just because of my age, I feel like they don't want to promote me, or probably because I'm not really like, talkative. But I could be talkative. Start spitting my shit, whatever. Yeah, and because I'm 40, almost my 40 is 33. I'm a different type of 40. You know, no one's like me. I'm unique. So I end up training with all these young guys, and they're like, "Oh my God, what's your age? I thought you were my age." No, I'm just blessed. I'm blessed by being a guy. So yeah, man, I got enough time. I got enough time, a couple more years to do this. If they see something in me and they want to make it farther, you know, I'll stay. But I just hang it up. This is a better place to hang it up.
The commentary seems pretty confident. So
Yeah.
worst, you're 1 minute away from being in there. So,
I know anyway. Now I gotta fight.
no idea.
We'll see.
Jeremiah, so was there more added pressure on you knowing that you were the only Philly guy on this card?
It was someone else probably more pressure, but not me. What's more pressure than being in the fight? If everything's more pressure on top of that, I don't think you should be fighting. It's like I've been doing this for years, so I learned like don't make something bigger than what it is. You know, I just embrace the moment. Once you start embracing the moment and just like not think about the future, not think about the past, just be in the now, everything will go your way. You know?
And what did it mean for you to kick off this show tonight and get the submission victory the way you did?
Oh man, I mean, like now that I'm just soaking in the world to me, man. I'm so happy, man. I'm so happy for me. I'm so happy for my teams. I'm so happy for my fans, my family. And it's not just about me, like I said, it's about all of us. As a fellow Philadelphian, talk about that crowd. How I heard boos, I heard cheers, but then, like I said, I just felt all that behind me, and just like it's like, all right, I'll take it all. I'll take the yin with the yang, and it is what it is.
Good. John Arway of Tunnel Vision Sports. As a Philly native, can you kind of just explain what went into this? Philly's known for being a blue collar, really tough kind of city. You know, how much of that did you have to tap in to really find this one?
I would just tell them to my own teammates, coaches, Jonathan Webb, and I was saying like, man, I'm a professional fighter. What would I say to my 10-year-old self? Like, yo, you're gonna be a professional fighter. And just knowing me when I was a kid, I would have said something dumb, but I was just like, I'm proud of you, and keep your head up. I'm sorry. Like I said, your answer, to answer your question is, I had to dive deep into put all my problems behind me and just keep working hard and working forward to my goal.
Quick question for you. You said you had a son in the military?
Yeah, my son is in boot camp right now. He graduates next month.
Do you know if you got to watch the fight? There you go. So what would you tell him after, I mean, once he watches the replay? I mean, they talk about like a real Rocky story right there. You know, first couple rounds, you had to, you threw the body kicks, got taken down and everything, had to cut it out and everything, and then pulling off the third round. I mean, that's about as silly as it gets.
Well, what I tell him is, I'm proud of you, and I always was proud. I'm always going to be proud of you, and no matter what. To me, hard times has been good times, but just embrace it all, and get the lights and photos, and everything will work out for you.
Congrats, that was amazing.
Jeremiah.
Here, you might be in line for comeback fight of the year. Could you foresee yourself winning that award? I mean, you're down 2 rounds, hometown, came back against a really good opponent. Could you win that award? Congrats.
Congrats, Jeremiah. Finish like that could be up for a 100K bonus. What would money like that do for you? Like, would that change your life?
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Damn, man. Well, I get to see some money because, to be honest, my check is slim, small. I would help me out so much. Pay off my car, put down in a house, you know, and definitely fighting. I'll get so much of that. I hope so. Hopefully, like, that'd be the cherry on the top. Fighting in my city, getting a bonus, and
And then I'm obviously no decisions being made here, but
yeah.
have you ever thought about retirement? Like, what does that look like for you? Do you help out Coach John and John behind me?
Yeah.
I'm just thoughts on retirement. Like, what are your plans after retirement?
Be with my kids and just chill with them for a good couple of months and then try to figure out, maybe I'll open up a gym or into real estate. Yeah, man. And also help them in the gym, you know. But like I said, I still got some, I feel like I got some years in me, but if I'm seeing any money or being pushed up to the team, you know, my mom was just give it up. Like I said, this would be a perfect place to do it.
Congrats, man.
Jeremiah, one more back here. Just speaking about, I mean, you mentioned there like the bonus and how that would be life changing. Is the financial side maybe as important as like the matchmaking and everything in your decision to either stick around or to retire?
Yeah, money.
Are you like when you speak to the UFC, are you gonna be basically saying like, I need a new contract, I need a new deal, and
That's that. Do you think that finish being provided a new contract and new deal for money like that? I would order by. Like, this man had a full nation behind him. Like, if he would have won, he's going back to a parade. People were going to get cash. He would have probably, 50 to 100. I mean, probably a lot of people behind him. And when I win, I'm going outside to people. Not a parade, but they can't go out and out. Yeah, man, I shocked the world, man. Pause the crowd, shocked the world, and that's what I do, man. That's what I've been doing that for my whole career. I've been shutting people up. I was always an underdog my whole career. I've been knocking people out and pausing the crowd like I did tonight and having wild. I just showed them I still got it. I still got that dog in me, man. I'm a prize fighter.
I guess what I'm asking is kind of like what is your what is the message to the UFC? Like, what is it that you want exactly from them when you speak? Like, what is the ultimatum for them? Like, I
want to be in the top 15, and if you get in the 15, you get more money, right? Yeah. I want to fight some names, Yeah. Like, if he would have won, he would have been fighting some names. He would have been new contract or whatever. He would have. I want to be in his position if he would have won. That's what I want.
Anyone in particular?
I don't know, man. Anyone particular? Who's like in the team? D-Rod, or I even Joaquin Buckley and Mike Lott. One of them fall out, I'll fight one of them. You know what I'm saying? I'll mix it up with one of them.
Thank you. Good job, Jeremiah. All right, give me some audio now.
It's such
No. No. Hold on. No, nothing. Sit your neck. Well, Neil, from here, still doing it out there. So I guess, just how's the emotions after this win? It's not like you haven't won before. You just have the most in the division. But how does this win kind of stack considering, where you're at in your career?
Man, it feels great. I mean, to come here and get done in Philadelphia in front of my mom for the first time ever, it feels good. It feels good to get that win tonight.
This is the first time your mom's seen you fight?
Yeah, in over 20 years, the first time. And it happened right here at home. So I was very fortunate to pull that off for her.
Does she not like watching you fight? Have you I guess why doesn't she?
Well, when I first started fighting, I was all over the place. It was kind of like, hey mom, I'll be in Oklahoma this weekend, have a fight coming up. All right, cool, see you next week. And then 2 weeks later, I'm somewhere else trying to get a fight. So I was just kind of like a nomad, just traveling, trying to get the fights in to get to this point. But this is one of the first times she was actually able to be in attendance and watch from the crowd.
Any added pressure knowing you had the most important fan out there?
Not too much added pressure, more so just filled with gratitude, just to get the opportunity to go out there and do it. I mean, win, lose, or draw, I know my mom would keep it straight with me, but very fortunate to get the win.
And then can you talk to me about that first round? Because it seemed like he had that top control for quite a while, but even DC, he was saying you were doing everything right down there. You were locking up his ankles, you couldn't pass, you were attacking to the body and everything. So when you find yourself down there, obviously you don't want to be there, but I guess how was that first round from the person that had to experience it?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I just had to make sure I was making him work, even though he had a good position. I mean, the biggest thing for me was not getting out of position where he can pick up a submission or cause damage. It was more so just kind of keeping his posture broken, being aware of him posturing up to drop elbows and that kind of thing, and just keeping him working. He was using everything in him to kind of squeeze and hold me down. So I knew if I just kept making him work, that eventually the table would turn.
Going into the next round, even Joe Rogan said it looks like Ramirez wore himself out in there. Did you get the sense of that when you kind of locked up with him again in that second round?
If it wasn't then, it was gonna happen eventually. I mean, I knew, I got up and I was fired up, all right, cool, take the fight to him, don't let him recover, kind of thing. So if he didn't wear himself out then, I was about to go wear him out. So either way, it was inevitable that we'll get to that point.
And I guess, what do you want next for your career? Because it seems obviously you're the guy seems down to fight anybody. But at this point, I think you could be pretty selective of who you want to fight. So who would you like to fight next?
For me at this point, I think a quick turnaround to get you back in the ranks would be great. I mean, I was ranked in UFC from 2014 to 2024. Last year, 2025 was the first year ever I wasn't ranked in UFC since being in there. So get another shot to be back in the rankings would be great, and then reassess from there.
Neil, you're here. Congrats. Tied with Charles Oliveira now for second most wins in UFC history at 25. Only Jim Miller ahead at 28. It's incredible, man. Can you catch Jim before it's all said and done?
Yeah, and I mean, I think Father Time is working in my favor to be able to catch up to Jim. I mean, the dude's a beast. He can probably fight till 50 if he chooses to. But I think just from durability and timing, I think I might be able to catch that record eventually.
Can you ever just step back? I know it's only very fresh here, but there's only 3 people who have ever won 25 fights in the UFC, and you're one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, man, it's crazy to see it play out, because when I first started this journey 20 years ago, I never thought I'd be sitting in the position I'm in now, and now it's made to set records and all kinds of crazy stuff. Definitely grateful for it and appreciate it all, but it's insane. It's shocking every single day. I'll see a random stat on Instagram that I wasn't even aware of. I was like, huh, that's pretty cool. But to get the opportunity to do this as long as possible, as often as possible, I'm just grateful for it all.
What does a quick turnaround at this age, look like, and compared to maybe 8-9 years ago when you were fighting 5 times a year?
Oh, no difference. I had a 7-day suspension, so anytime after the 8th day, if I get a call, I'm ready to fight.
Oh, Neil, right here.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. I know that you have some Philly ties. Didn't you used to go into Marquez every now and then and train?
Yeah, I used to go to Marquez and train here a lot. I used to train at Daniel Gracie's back in the day as well. My mother lives here. I have my siblings all live here as well. I grew up in New York City, moved to Chicago. And in my sophomore year of high school, my family wanted to be closer to the East Coast, so they all moved back to, all moved to Philadelphia, and I stayed in Chicago with my grandmother. But my family's been here for the last 25 plus years now in Philadelphia.
Did you see Jeremiah Wells win?
Oh man, that was it.
I think I'm more excited for his win than my own win. I mean, the way this fight was going, for him to be able to pull it off the way he did, I was super proud of him, super happy for him. It couldn't have happened any better for a better guy.
And then you have some experience here. I figure I'll ask. Welterweight division, main event, title on the line. Who do you think takes that one?
Man, I might be the only guy going for Garry tonight. I mean, I think he actually has the tools to get it done. I mean, like his range and his fight IQ is up there. So I think he's gonna be able to pull up upsets tonight and actually get the job done. Cool.
Neil back here.
Yes, sir.
Congrats on the win. I know you're catching up to Jim Miller. Since you're a little bit more active than him, could we see both of your retirement fights tied at the same amount of wins and winner take all?
I have no idea what a retirement fight looks like, what numbers behind a retirement fight. So I can't even put a number and say, oh, this could be a retirement fight. I have no idea. Retirement fight's not even on my radar. Like even after training, like most guys get done training and they just kind of throw their gloves on the mat. I refuse to drop my gloves on the mat after training because it's like it symbolizes retirement, so to speak. So I'm holding on to these things as long as possible and going out there fighting as often as possible.
And speaking of longevity, you've fought everybody. You've been here so long. And it seems like when you lose the first round against a prospect, it seems like the right idea to bet the house on Neil Magny. What has made you so good with endurance and this longevity? Is there anything specifically you do?
Man, just life itself. I mean, like fighting made me better at life. Life made me better at fighting. I mean, it goes hand in hand. I mean, everything I've endured thus far throughout my life, it all comes out and shines on fighting it. I mean, I'm grateful for the opportunity to go out there and do something I love and do it with passion. I mean, the day that I'm no longer able to do this is inevitable. This comes for all of us. But as often as I'm able to go out there and continue doing this, continue loving it, I'll keep showing up.
Congrats on another great win.
Thank you.
Neil over here.
Yes, sir.
At one point in the fight, you were throwing up a lot of submissions from the bottom. Do you think any of those were close to actually landing? How close was that toe hold?
It was more so to get a reaction. I mean, when a guy's really kind of settling and trying to like just kind of hold on, so to speak, you just have to like give a threat to get a reaction out of him. So in the event that he didn't flex his foot to deal with the toe hold, his foot would have snapped. So it was more so get a reaction. I'm like, oh crap, he's attacking a toe hold. So he had to straighten his leg. He had to react to it and allow me to continue working. So when a guy's being real stubborn on top and I give you much to work with, I think threatening with strikes, throwing with submissions is the one way to get him moving.
Sure, definitely. And we talk about the longevity, the success of your career. It's been outstanding to watch. When you hear the term gatekeeper and one of the greatest gatekeepers of all time, how do you respond to that?
Is far better than the term useless. Like, can you imagine being a useless fighter on the roster? Like, damn, this guy has no place in the division whatsoever. I mean, take it for what it is, though. I mean, I think Roy Jones explains it as like how the term gatekeeper is not necessarily an insult at all. I mean, it just symbolizes somebody that's like been to the top and had that ability to go there, and now someone's trying to get there. I mean, very fortunate to be ranked as high as top 5 in UFC's welterweight division, and here I am over 14 years later, still kicking butt, taking names. So the longer I can do this, the better off I am.
I agree. Congrats.
Thank you. Oh, no, this gentleman here was.
Thank you, Neil. Appreciate that. Gaff from the main card minute and one more round fights. Sac passe.
Let's go.
Yes, let's go. That's my guy right there. Appreciate you. So I'm going to ask you a personal question. You said your mother was in the crowd. I know I have a traditional Haitian mom. Did you grow up going to church, kind of stuff like that? And what kind of meals did she cook at the house?
Oh, everything. She's cooking up a storm right now. I can't wait. I stopped by her house on Thursday. She had a bag full of red snapper ready to fry up for tonight. All types of stuff. I mean,
what are your favorites?
By far, I mean,
what about griot,
Lumbee, griot? Like, she has a feast cooking up at her house right now, and I can't wait to go to her house and enjoy it tonight.
Awesome. And what do you attribute the Haitians in combat sports growing right now? Richardson Hitchens in Zuffa boxing. You've won 3 out of your last 4. A lot of success going. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I think it's for the guys that paved the way before us. I mean, like I think Ovin St. Preux was one of the first Haitian MMA athletes to make it to UFC and
great shout
made it all the way to fighting for a UFC title. So just like being able to see someone achieve something allows you to believe you can achieve it as well. So I'm just grateful for the guys like OSP who came before me, just kind of laid the foundation, even let me know it was something that was possible. And all these guys that are following up, I mean, you got so many young fighters that are coming up from all over the place. I'm just grateful to have played a small part in showing anyone that it was possible.
Appreciate you, Neil. This was a long time coming. God bless you, brother.
Thank you. Have a good one, sir.
Hey Neil, right here. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank
you train in Colorado, obviously, and we've seen a lot of late fight heroic comebacks from you. How much does training at elevation give you an edge over your opponents in terms of cardio?
I think it plays a huge factor, but at the same time, it also plays against me as well. I mean, I feel like I don't get going to like the second, third round because of that. I mean, in elevation, I'm training 7-8 rounds a day, so to speak. So there's times that I come down to seat, I'm like, man, I feel good. So I don't even break a sweat or get going to like that second, third round. So sometimes you come down to fight at sea level. I'm trying to get those first rounds out of the way backstage, just be ready to go. But I think it plays a huge factor for sure.
That's actually interesting. An interesting way to think about it. Another thing about tonight's fight was it was the Battle of the Boroughs. It was Brooklyn versus the Bronx. So how did it feel getting that extra win for Brooklyn tonight against
Brooklyn, baby? Let's go. It feels good, man. Like I said, I mean, I've been fighting all over the world, every city, every country you could possibly imagine. And this is about as close to home as I can get for me. So to go out here, get a fight close to home, and come away victorious, I mean, it means everything to me. I'm definitely grateful for it.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Awesome. Have a good night, guys.
You guys good? Before we get into the fight, I guess who's on the phone right here?
Antes de começar a falar da luta, quem que tá no telefone? Pra quem que era a ligação?
A minha esposa, cara, eu tô com muita saudade dela. Tô há um mês nos Estados Unidos treinando. Pô, não vejo a hora de, tá de volta a casa. Tá de volta em casa.
My wife, I miss her a lot. I've been for a month in the United States training, so I can't wait to go home.
I guess what was it like getting to call her after what many people are saying is the best performance we've seen from you in your career to date?
E como é que foi fazer essa ligação para ela depois do que muita gente já tá falando que é realmente o melhor desempenho que já teve na tua carreira?
Cara, é incrível porque depois que eu perdi o Contender Series, eu falei com ela, a gente tinha acabado de casar, eu falei, cara, eu acho que eu vou procurar outra parada. Pô, eu vou dar um tempo de me dedicar 100%, ela não, ela sempre me deu esse suporte e acreditou nesse sonho, acreditou que eu ia estar aqui, que aqui era o meu lugar.
After the loss in Contender, I called her up and I said, you know, maybe this is not for me. I should just look for something else. And she's like, no, maybe shouldn't dedicate on this at 100%. And she said, no. She believed in me. She supported me. And she said she's always been supporting this dream of mine to be in the UFC.
So with that in mind, I guess, what are the emotions now after this big win here in Philadelphia?
E com tudo isso que você falou agora, quais foram as emoções de estar aqui, uma estreia, uma vitória aqui na Filadélfia?
Cara, é incrível. Como eu falei já antes, eu sonhei a vida toda com esse momento. Eu pedi a Deus, cara, acho que a vida toda também por esse momento. Eu tinha só um plano, na verdade eu tenho dois planos. Eu tinha dois planos na minha vida, profissional, assim, que era chegar ao UFC. E o segundo, lógico, né, que eu não vim aqui para ser mais ser campeão do UFC. Então, eu comecei agora. Tenho muita estrada pela frente, mas eu tô aí, vou me dedicar ao máximo para fazer história nessa organização.
It's incredible. It's amazing because this is again a dream come true that I've prayed and I asked God for so many times for the opportunity to come here because it's a dream come true that I've always wanted to fulfill. I've had two dreams in my life professionally. One of them is to be in the UFC, and the other one, obviously, to be here. I told people many times in interviews, I didn't come here to be just another employee, just to be another fight. I want to be a champion. But I just came in. I know there's a long journey here ahead and a road in front of me, but it's amazing. It's incredible to be here.
In terms of the actual performance, like I said, a lot of people were praising your striking, especially in there. It seems like you were finding a lot of success with the left hook and the left jab. Was that part of the game plan in camp, or you just noticed that in the fight and took advantage of it?
E muita gente durante a transmissão falou do nível da tua trocação, que estava muito afiado e que você estava realmente você estava fluindo ali. Muito sucesso, gancho de esquerda, especialmente o jab quando entrou. E a esquerda estava entrando. É uma coisa que estava no planejamento antes da luta, vocês já sabiam que era estratégia, ou foi uma coisa que você viu que deu abertura e ao longo da luta você falou, não, a esquerda vai entrar?
Não, isso é uma coisa que a gente treina sempre. Cara, eu tenho, graças a Deus, cara, eu tenho a melhor escola de luta em pé do mundo. Tenho muita honra de falar isso, que eu sou treinado pelo Pedro Rizzo, pela Ruas Vale Tudo, e treinado também pelo meu professor de berço, Guilherme Pinheiro. Então, isso é uma coisa que a gente faz todo dia. Então, eu vi ali o caminho, aí eu falei, cara, é por aí que eu vou, é chutando as pernas, é soltando o golpe reto, e graças a Deus, deu tudo certo.
This comes back to the school that I belong to. I've always, I've always been very grateful to be with the best and have my coach, Pedro Rizzo, and being among the best in Ruas Vale Tudo, and also have the guy who's been with me since the cradle, which is Guilherme Pinheiro, my coach. And we study this all the time. We see it. And as soon as the fight started, I understood that it was the straight shots. Everything was going in. So that was the path.
Can I ask what's it's like training with Pedro Rizzo? Because it's one thing to, have a coach for a long time. It's another to have a Brazilian legend in your corner. So what is it like training with him?
Não posso perguntar para você como é que é treinar com o Pedro. Que uma coisa é você ter técnico ao longo da tua vida. Outra coisa é ser uma lenda. E você treinar com ele. Como é que é você treinar no Pedro Rizzo?
Não é fácil, não. Mas, cara, é um privilégio. É aquilo, né? Se você aguentar a pressão de tudo, de toda a experiência que ele tem, que ele passa para você durante o dia a dia, cara, eu sei que o Cage é o maior, como é que eu vou dizer? que diz a verdade para as pessoas, né? Se você mentir nos treinos, o Cage vai falar. Se você mentir no treinamento, o Cage vai falar. Então ele nunca deixa a gente mentir, sabe? Ele sempre puxa o nosso melhor todos os dias.
It ain't easy, I can tell you that. But if you're willing to take the pressure that comes with it, it's a privilege. But if you're able to sustain the pressure and what comes with it for you to perform, we always like to say that the cage will talk. It will tell the truth. If you lie in training, if you lie in practice, if you lie in the dedication and the drills, the truth will be told up there. So you can't escape that. So it's our training is really amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was amazing.
Go Birds. Tô um mês nos Estados Unidos treinando.
Crypto.com, UFC 331 takes over Crypto.com Arena in LA next month. For your chance to win a trip to the fight, go to Crypto.com/UFC round 331. All right, what's the official decision we send inside to the structure? Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we're going to send the scorecards for decision. The judges score the contest 30-27, 30-27, and 29-28 for the winner.
Has Trayshawn Gore gotten good, or is Vicente Luque just super wash? Vicente Luque was the second overall. I don't even know the rules for that or what that means. So it's like we have a one, so you get finishes, Oop.
Trayshawn, congratulations. So one of the things that we said during the commentary, seeing after your April victory against Nicoya, that you have turned the corner. You look so much better in that fight, and you showed that same level here tonight. So you're possibly the biggest victory of your career. Man, it's such an honor to be here talking to you, bro. I'm always looking up to you. But yeah, man. I thought I would get better. So I don't smoke weed anymore. For my kids. Save my life, save my soul.
That's your question. You gotta ask him.
What about not watching? Nope.
Oh. I think he's coming back here then.
It is what it is. I can get that big
Yeah, I don't think he's coming back.
I want you to enjoy this.
I don't think he's coming back here.
Oh! He gets the new team. Congratulations, sir. That's where my team on the bottom. But as I said, I'm going down. I'm here to stay, and I'm going to show that today. It was okay to go wrong, but I know I got more in the team. I'm sure that was spoken like it's true. Congratulations, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Trent Door. A little toughness on a short shot door. Back to that fight. He had a rally to get the win.
No teeth, no porn, no weed, no alcohol. No,
I don't know. It's all fair now.
What's that? He spits out.
Thank you so much, Sean. I'm in the locker room with UFC vet and Dante Johnson's coach, Justin Gates. Justin, Dante spoke to us this week and he was so positive about all the work you got at your training partners, the coaches. For you, what impressed you the most about his time in Las Vegas?
Tell you what, most first thing about Dante Gates, I mean, you can't say that good things about this guy. It's just us, it's so much more happening. He follows his great example, shows how he does his things.
He likes to finish fights. He knows he's got 7 finishes, but in that last one, he proved that he can go a full 15 minutes and really persuade. What really is your expectation for what this one looks like?
We don't say expectation. He's really edited backwards. He's trying to knock it backwards. Speaking of this, that's 1 minute and 15 ready for the last.
We are ready to watch. Just best of luck to you guys. We appreciate your time. John, I'll go back to you.
Well, thank you, Gavin, for being the coach. For the father on 5, it's a big advanced fighter, and it's from all the experience with big time. That's a time for him to be his last 4 fights. We're taking in that rocky statue of the blue thing, you think about something of the basics, like the 4 things fall. Shadow of the remodel and Turner's Law. And it's all about the rather remarkably, not only emerged from underneath it, but he's created his own legacy, a legacy that now actually models his iconic by him. They say imitation is the most beautiful of flat. Yet with this law of caution, it is never the case. To be truly one of a kind, the inimitable, it takes time, commitment, and an iron will. So when you fly from the eagle's nest, from the heart of dice, the tops like would make this get ahead would make history. To get a record 17 fights in a row at the UFC is to bypass the gold standard upon which all strips have been judged. A generational talent who for so long came to define dominance. We set the bar so high that to clear it is to come out on the other side all alone. To see the rest of your contemporaries as the rarefied air above them all. History is in the deep, yet greatness can be found in the details. 10 finishes over a legendary run. So the 4 former UFC champions. Hall of Fame worthy fights that will withstand the test of time. Breaking records along the way, while fighting legends, disposing of hungry contenders, and those who thought they'd seen it all, they have never seen anything quite like it. He's talking about the orange, he's better. God, use a cage.
winning championships in two weight classes, a record 4 title defenses as a lightweight. And now on the verge of defending the welterweight title after a performance so declarative that he begins to carry the highest distinction, that of the greatest of all time. For to be in that conversation, there can be no knockouts, no bones to pick, no hugging, no nose, no spider webs to hold him in place. No dictations of any kind. And no everything money you want. And plus, victory against Machado Garry, his own relentless pursuit of greatness, gives Makhachev will attempt to go not only where no fighter was gone before, but perhaps to a place where no fight will ever go again. 17 successive UFC wins. Oh, what a historic feat. Pound-for-pound fighter in the world. He has chased him down. Some all-time greats. He has entered that class of true division champions alongside his longtime teammate Daniel Cormier. And not sure what anyone was doing back in October 2015, but that's the last time this man lost the fight. Champ, you've seen it all, man. What did you tell us about your friend in Makhachev?
Well, when you talk about Makhachev, there are so many things. Forget that, doesn't matter later. Islam knows you're only supposed to shoot to their lead leg, right? But we know that Jack's hands go up. Islam grab the leg, turns his foot inside. Watch Islam move that thing to the outside. So if he can drop Jack back on the other way. If you try to do that with the leg inside, the guy can strip. Watch you lose it. Now we can kick it back and going across that leg to the down. You have control of it. Watch both. Everything he does here except his head kick. The first one is the body kick. There. That's the key kick. Then switch in. Over that window. Here comes the back kick again. To the bottom. Every time he goes to the bottom. Open out his hands come a little low. He turned that beautiful kick. Now watch it. He knows that one time was the roll 50 to try to get up. Why? What do you need? Okay, great. Now you're not the face. It's not takes him out the feet. Out the end of that car. But the first thing he does is he goes to a 3-4 stack. To try to put you over to the slide. They don't want these 3-4 stack. It's 4 times right there. Sack. Get to the choke. When you make a guy tackle many times, especially a guy like Montano, that I grab you understand the speed of his Makhachev. It's insane.
It's like no one else in the sport. I mean, make Charles Oliveira tap like that.
The back, still, stop him there.
And Montano's actually about that. Was to say, man, I got a lifetime of it's like shooting up, it's 50 up, and out of seconds, absolutely incredible. See how it goes to a champ with the bench. But now, so this first stretch came in.
What's up? Understood.
Johnson earned his roster spot with a 54-second knockout win and the series. Then dropped 2 divisions for his UFC debut and middleweight. Now after wins over Citrus Dumas and Cody Brunch, the other team rises guards since the third straight and another state finish. Check out the MMA Lab in Glendale, Arizona. Eric Machado has alternated results for his first 4 UFC appearances. Tonight after collecting a decision over Rodolfo Vieira in April, the 36-year-old wants to break that pattern and collect a second straight win here, all for Danny Johnson, the first loss of his pro career. Coming up next, Dante Barber, John Johnson. Outstanding with the against the North Korea and he defeated on he was critical. Said he should have pressed him more. So he really should get the confidence with all of the experience tonight. The fourth fight was 371.
Yeah, he's one of the guys just staying active. And you know that talks that the guy got done. That it's not the type of yes. A little bit more still out. What do you feel like to guys that continuously fight this problem that go I don't get to shoot my door. I'll get a price progress.
Doesn't want to get shamed, but I hope you guys bring him. I want him back. He wants to keep me after. The loser of the co-main, however. It's Mackenzie, maybe.
head and you just hit the gas, comes running at you with big power shots. Then you keep he had a lot of potential running and they get doing that. And as he moves up, different competition. Yes, well, they're gonna find some holes. Sometimes running to a jam, it makes you feel like you guys are hard. Johnson will switch stances a lot. You see there. This guy competed on the series of heavyweight. It's so powerful, so explosive, he's a football game, and so damn. Football players don't generally do well in fights. That's what I'm getting up. He's back. And frighteningly violent but shots. He's such a dangerous man because it's kill or be killed with him. Here we see it. There's a left hand, just flat. And then, and it comes with the legs, the hips, the back, everything to it. Even right on the end of that punch, too. Right on the end of that punch. Full extension. I mean, you can't roll punch. The target is too far. If he's 1 inch back, he's not in that room. That is nasty by Dante Johnson. And I do have to acknowledge that third, or I guess second follow-up shot. Blake Bryce was not happy. But I was concerned, as you can see, my God, Eric Machado Jr. Dante Johnson stepped out of block shot. Here's Rob the Mom Show rolling next to the TV line.
All right, I'll catch you, Eddie. I'm about to go watch this next fight.
Very good. You can't stop moving. You got your butt bouncing around like you want to go fight more. I am electrified. I'm purified. Sanctified. The Lord Jesus Christ. Come on, I ain't getting no more. You are the big explosion inside the octagon. From the opening of that first round, you just can't follow me there. I can't without wanting to do this over. You saw the hit, sir. Let's take a look at the big street when you look at it. And show you first remember that that is one powerful left hand that you landed in. You try to get launched into the air with powers in the hand. And that fits the job. And that forces the referee to the ball straight. Boom! Boom!
Apparently, Blake Bryce got injured.
Sorry, Mr. Referee. Mr. Machado. Hey, Mr. Machado. First off, you already know. I'm gonna thank Jesus. You know what I'm saying? I won't be here, but we're not there for the promotion for him. And then, Move forward. So just second, first round. You know, we got here with me. Respect. Dante Ewers, Gillian, Columbia, heavyweight, light heavyweight, welterweight, they can all get it. Are you thinking about dropping down to welterweight? Because you started your career in the contender series as a heavyweight, and that's where you are competing in middleweight. Well, I love the ambition, I love the talent. Congratulations, sir. Amazing performance. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Johnson.
Johnson, I don't play great stance about that. Take out that do not call the referee a little bit. Yeah, I thought the referee was on some of that final shot and standing was just elbow from Dante Johnson. What a ball. The other thing is John. That's been an absolute commercial for the 2022 debut. We've got a lot of big names in this fight. Instead of like, okay, I'll show up on the card. He has accepted the talent on short notice improvement. And Ronald Chapeline, he left Daniel Poirier's Academy fight over California. He had 4 kick shows for this debut, and a tough Poirier will come behind him. We'll now see the promising 2-time Brazilian national kickboxing champion too on the biggest stage in MMA. You are watching UFC 330 real live on our Plus.
ED habits. Russia could help with meds that help you last longer in bed. Thanks to personalized formulas delivered right to your door. Get started today at Russia.com.
First, forward, get up. Big broken with it for 5. So then you call. I'm going to put his feet in on this little glass jar. Sense the location. The future has You're right. You talk too much. You know, I would You were So I asked him, Garry, what? Do you want to prove people wrong? And he answered immediately. He said, no, I don't want to prove people wrong. I want to prove myself right. For the past 9 months or so, he has gone around the globe to prepare for the Canada. He spent time studying Georgia, wrestling, all over the world. Striking alone. However, he has been adamant every time I talk to him, it will not be a 25-minute decisive victory. It will be a minute. Soon enough, with the welterweight king Robertson remains on the hunt for UFC 17th consecutive win. To get it, of course, you'll have to get back into a confident Irish challenger, Machado Garry. Third of Robertson, one of the lights in the event for showing title of UFC 330. And that's the hour, but I want Paramount Plus. You can go to UFC.com/watch if you're outside of the Well, Charles Johnson ready to take on all comers and see how the UFC affected veteran affairs against the Octagon Room. Well, Charles Johnson has answered a short notice call many times, but tonight he is the one contending with a late shift in opponent as he welcomes Eduardo Chuckaway to the Octagon for the showtime. Charles Johnson, their most active fighter on the UFC roster since arriving in the summer of 2022, blocking 15 trips into the Octagon, including 3 already this year. Tonight, the veteran will lay claim to stoppage wins over the champion Joshua Wade and top contender Ronnie Capital. Will look to lean on his experience as he fixes up the promotional cover and Eduardo Chuckaway. The first victim was Cormier last season on the Ultimate Fighter. And Eduardo Chuckaway followed up his time in the house by successfully defending the Elevate Flyweight title with the Emery not taking away from the test. Now, the standout finally gets his chance to compete in the Octagon.
He looks to make a splash. He's short notice. How about next? Charles finish shots. Daniel Eduardo, Chavo, and Ricky Robertson. Gillian, California, USA. Is Eduardo shuffling for just Alabama working on those in the corner. As his hands on the front. DC, I expect the you know, sometimes you gotta just take your opportunity when it's presented to you. Chocolate was heavy. Whenever he got the call, maybe UFC debut, say a lot of times people did. So he's going to make it here. When it comes down to the skill set, he is pretty much him now. In your right, full way in. The fourth question was Boston against Joseph Morales on top. He's a 2008 kickboxing champion, and he has insane power in his head. He's going to be one of the steps strong shots. And the rebound are able to accept the fight. But he never missed his training. Now, 10 times a day. On Monday, Wednesday, the gym always the gym was he belongs here. You know, that's fun to get soccer in the pocket.
I'm really excited to see this young man. I've watched his highlights. Tightening up our press just the average. Back in the over a year. Very skilled. Really excited. Debut for a young
Taken away.
that shows you what Charles did. Long shot taken out there. And incredible strength of sticks. I mean, this man is as often as possible. That probably gives you the wire. Well, he's on and then he connects. He is explosive.
Hey, Jose, do you think this guy represents Daniel Cormier's fight club academy, Gilroy California? I don't think they've said it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds at a UFC pathway of 130 pounds. Introducing horse, fighting out of the corner. Southern martial artist holding professional record, 15 wins, 2 losses. He's dashed 5'7" and 1/2 inches tall. Weighing in at 129 and 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Ventura, California. Footwear, North Hollywood, Jason Herzog is our referee. Thank you to the lovely broken man. George Johnson gets 2 nicknames for both skills and energy. Download that. Chocolate stripes. Johnson is very fast. Usually moves like this. Chocolate the basic striker. I would take Chocolate the power advantage. Obviously, he has the experience advantage in the UFC.
The experience and power that took him to knock out the current champion, Joshua Van, and Lonnie Kavanaugh, who is one of the top contenders in the title division, is extreme power.
Great shake up the pitch there by Chocolate. Shot very early. Did not expect him to be the one shooting it early in the fight. And a lot about Chocolate after all this.
Bless you. Who's an elite striker. And it's very, very simple to speak.
Do what? Yes. Yeah. But be prepared, some of the elevator people have no idea. Like when we were trying to get down here, to come down here again, and then this person was arguing with us, telling us, and I was like, we've used this elevator twice already to go down here. And like, some of it. Yeah. Yeah, there'll be a VIP experience on the right, and then there's the resto on the left, the press on the left, and then you can walk down there. It's a good view, but it looks straight, like it hangs over. It's on the hockey, one of the reference, it's like the hockey balconies. It was on Facebook. Other than the, what was the last one? Yes. yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, we mentioned that. That's what That's not cool. Or like,
You should. He's going to lane kick, so we have to be aware of that. If you're going to check, we're going to talk about that.
Still think it's crazy.
They wouldn't let me out because Dana was going through, so they blocked it. I was whatever. Mr. Rocky walked out.
you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
Well, we're right here. Right. Congratulations on another violent victory. I guess how'd that fight play out to expectations and game plan for this throughout this camp?
Exactly the way the Lord told me it was going to. He told me expect the first round knockout. So I went in this fight, knowing I was going to get the first round knockout. I got tested early, got hit with a good elbow, a couple good shots, and then that body kick was money, But right then and there, I knew I had to, I got to make my mind up, and I had my mind made up. So yeah, it came. So I thank the Lord.
Well, since you brought it up, the success he had before the knockout, did he just catch you like out of position, or do you think you game planned you well, or just kind of went wet?
No, man, it's just part of the fight game. You don't go to the water park and expect not to get wet. So when you're in the cage, if you get hit, don't get surprised. Shit, it's part of the game.
And that punch, it seems to go right through his defense. Like he had his hands up, and you just punched right through it. It's just, I guess, so what kind of power do you have in there?
Whatever the Lord gives me.
And it looked like I think you hit the referee too. Did you know that happened?
2-0 on the night. Who else wants some? I'm just kidding. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Ref. You know what I'm saying? I'll buy you a cheesesteak or something, but I didn't mean to do that.
It seems like he took it in stride in there. I think he was just more upset at himself, or I don't think he got in there quick enough for the follow-up blow.
100%. Yeah. Yeah.
And then you said you want to drop to possibly welterweight and get 3 titles, I think I heard. How difficult do you think that cut would be to get to 170?
I don't know. I don't think it'll be that difficult. I woke up the day before weigh-ins or whatever. I've got this fight camp. I've gotten down to 181. You know what I'm saying? And still was clear-headed, still peeing clear. So I don't know. I just never been down that low, since I was 7 years old.
Do you think you would have to do maybe a practice cut, maybe not all the way to 170, but maybe to the 180-ish range to see how your body holds up?
100%, 100%. And if not, you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to sacrifice a little bit of muscle, and that's just what it is. So it's a slight adjustment. I know you can do it. You just got to do it smart. You can't, it has to be done the right way. If you're gonna take muscle off, you got to know that, and you got to be prepared and change your workouts up, and you got to be in tune with your body.
And I remember I think I saw on your Instagram after your last win, you were hitting pads after your win. Are you going to do that again this time? Looked like you were bouncing around in there after the fight too.
Probably. Yeah. Did you guys say something about hitting mitts after this? Yeah, probably. At least 15 minutes.
Why do you do that?
It's my job. And I want to be the best in the world. And I don't have, what else am I going to do? What else am I going to do?
Congratulations, man.
Thank you so much.
Dante, you've been very intense all week, right? Is that always something that you kind of focus on bringing into the week, or is that just your natural self?
I wouldn't say intense. I'd say electrify. I got electricity running through my body. And, yeah, I think everybody should walk through life that way by allowing the Lord to direct their paths and to earnestly seek him. And then he's going to show you the true power that is actually within. And then, yeah, you start walking different. It's electricity.
I think I interviewed you a couple days after your Contender Series fight, and you've been very confident you're gonna keep pushing forward. Now you're 3-0 in the actual UFC. What kind of step do you think you should take from here in terms of competition?
The next step. Forward, not backwards. Thank you, guys. God bless you guys.
Right there. Thank you. Keep it right there, okay?
Well, Charles, front right here.
What's up, brother?
What's up, homie? First of all, congratulations on the win. Who do we have here joining us on stage? We've
this
seen her at the weigh-ins, but
Yeah, this is no
immediately-
longer baby Gia. This is big girl Gia, right? So she's 3 years old now. You guys remember in the 30-year anniversary, I fought Jimmy Flick. I said I'm gonna be a girl dad, and you know when the UFC allows, I like to have my girl with me.
Has she been enjoying all fight week with you?
Yeah, you had a fun week. Yeah, so we got to go out to Jordan Burroughs' facility, hang out with her friends, which is his kids as well, and you know, see a little bit of the city, right? So it's been a great vibe for the family, having a family here, and I always get Airbnbs and try to be around the culture of wherever I am. And we've been here a few times as a family, like I said, with Jordan Burroughs, and he has a new facility. All I see is Gold Academy in Jersey. So yeah, it's like home. It's a second home for us. Third home, St. Louis, Orlando, Philly, you know. So and of course, fly Eagles fly, baby. So I'm excited, man. City of Brotherly Love. I grew up watching Rocky on VHS, every single one. Nobody had a Rocky song walking around in Philly. What the hell? So you know, it had to do it. Had to do it.
So going off of that, when they announced this card, were you immediately like, "Hey, Mick and Sean, that I have to be on this card"?
Well, you guys know I fought like 40 days ago, and it was just, hey, we got this opportunity. Would you like it? You know, you don't have to take it. And I was like, of fucking course, it's in Philadelphia. So, you know, I had to take it. It's in Philadelphia, and it's like a second home. Like I said, when I started this thing, you know, it's only been 4 years. They call me the vet, but it's only been 4 years, 16 fights, most active fighter in UFC history, 94 days between fights. And for me, I always wanted to fight in St. Louis. I had the opportunity to do that in 2024. And now I've had the opportunity to fight in Philadelphia. So it's been special. It's nowhere else I really care to fight. You know, it's just for a belt. At some point in my career would be amazing. But I'm excited about the journey that I've had, and I'm really growing into a complete martial artist. As you all see, my jiu-jitsu has progressed a lot. And nobody's seen my back takes, my back controls, or anything. It's just about getting there sometimes. I know, right? So, yeah, once you get there, I know I can finish anyone. I hit these type of moves in practice all the time. Coach had all the faith in the world. If I get his back, he said, you get his back, the fight's over. And by any way you want. So just be patient and take it. So that's what happened.
Before we get into the finish, I know he didn't have a lot of time to prep. You also didn't have a lot of time to prep. So I guess, how did the fight play out compared to the expectations you had when you got this fight, like 48, 72 hours?
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be a fun stand-up fight. All my fights are amazing. He's a Brazilian kickboxing champion, and I'm a fight in Philadelphia. I'm not going to go out there and just wrestle him the whole time and be boring. You know, I've never been a boring fighter. Even if fights seem to be boring, my fights are exciting, no matter who I fight. And so I don't have to think about being exciting when I fight. I just need to go out there and be the best version of myself. So we were excited about the matchup with the Choa. We saw things that we could do, and obviously he's a southpaw, so it's a totally different look than what we trained for. But most of the time in my career, I don't really train for a particular fighter, but you do train. I only had 40-some days to prepare for a Choa, so we watched film on here. We didn't watch film on this guy, but I saw him in a fight in LFA. As you all know, I was the LFA champion there, so winning it and defending that belt on like 32 days notice one time, so you're not going to beat me as an LFA champion, and I'm the best LFA flyweight to come out of there, you know, and me and Brandon Moreno, I believe. So, you know, there's been a lot of great fighters come out of LFA, actually, in Ed Soares promotion. So, you know, I'm like, you know, it's kind of that little that pride thing, you know. I can't let him beat me. He's an LFA champ. I'm an LFA champ, too. Let's see who's the better LFA champ when he walks in here. But kudos to him. I'm just happy that I had an opponent to fight tonight. I know it was 4 days. It's tough. That's a very tough thing to do. I'm glad that he came, he showed up, and we was able to have a fight for Philadelphia fans.
And the finish, how often do you actually like drill and prep that Scott? Yeah, that Scott.
I hit that at least once or twice a week on people in practice. So it's just about getting there. Here, hold this for me. Hold this for me. You got it? Yeah. All right. Yeah, I hit that like once or twice a week during practice. On Lucas Alexander. I've hit it on different practice teammates. So, but you know, it's something that I worked in. Patchy Mix actually showed me that move. So I'm gonna give him his flowers, man. He showed me that move about a year and a half ago. I was in Vegas training. So that is me. Who, right there? Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. And just last one for me. I saw you post on social media, and then you also said at the end of your fight, you shouted out "Shoot to Boxing." I guess why did you think that this was the time to do that? Because I don't, what they're going through right now.
The most pivotal time for us to talk as athletes right now in this promotion is after we win. And I wanted to reverberate this throughout the MMA community. We are special because fighters see the world differently. We feel the world differently, and we can't let these fair weather fans sometimes out here and dictate what the true essence of our sport is. And it's on us to continue to remind everyone that it's a lot of love here. This is what life is. And when you lose somebody who's so close to you, as far as your journey, I felt it. As a father, I feel everything differently. So as a fighter, you feel everything differently, right? And so for me, it was I knew for a Cho to pull out such a big fight, a big moment in his career, it had to be tough on him too. And likewise for Chapolin to take this fight, it's a dream come true. It's a blessing and curse for some people, and I think it's important to mention everything. Some people's stories get lost, and mine has been lost a few times. So I think that not for me, but other people, right? So I just think that it was very important to remember, as martial artists in this community, that when our brothers are hurting, we uplift them and we continue to tell them that we're here for them.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
All right, over here. So Ochoa falls out. How worried were you? I mean, given that you wanted to fight Philly real bad, right? How worried were you they wouldn't find a replacement for you?
I wasn't, because I didn't know. I was signing posters and they called me and said, "Hey, your opponent's not gonna make the fight, but we have this person." I was like, "All right." Okay, that sucks, but all right, yeah, sure. And they said the name, and I was like, I recognize the name. I got to see a face. Once I saw who it was, I was like, okay, yeah, let's do it. Just send the contract. I've spent a lot of money training. Spent a lot of money doing recovery, getting my whole team here, bringing my family here. So, not getting a payday is very important. I don't make enough money yet where I can just lose money for no reason, right? So, I wanted to fight tonight in Philly, most importantly, and show my work and my effort and my team's work and effort, right? And yeah, we were able to do that. So I wasn't worried about it. I didn't know.
When you got the eye poke, right? And you were telling them, you were kind of looking at the ref like, "Hey, dude, come on, look at me," right?
Yeah.
And you just had to, kind of bite down.
I deal with the shit, right?
Yeah. But how much did the eye poke affect you?
It was blurry up until he landed the second illegal shot, which was the knee. And then, so I just used that so I can get my vision back from the eye poke. The knee landed above, on my eyebrow and didn't land on the eye, but I knew my eye wasn't still recovered from the eye poke. It was still blurry that whole time. And so I was trying to blink it out. I got long eyelashes. It's tough sometimes. And so your eye gets wet, and then it's kind of tough to see. So I was kind of thankful he kneed me in the head on the ground, because it was like, okay, now I can see now, and I just want to get my eye clear. I saw everything that happened. I wasn't hurt or anything. It was just it was good because it gave me another moment to get some clarity with my eye. And yeah, the eye poke, I was looking for Herzog. I was like, "Where you at, motherfucker?" But I saw it, and when I saw he was on the left, I was like, he couldn't have saw it because my opponent was in front of me, so he couldn't have saw the eye poke. He was just not at the right angle, so I just tried to, work my way through it, and you got to be very aware in those moments because many fights get stopped that way. They think the opponent, somebody's hurt or something, so I'm aware of that too. So just being smart, and then likewise in the second round when he caught me with a shot, I had my head turned behind the ear, dropped me. I watch a lot of things, and I try to be a better martial artist when I'm in there. I'm like, who's the best person when they get hurt in there? Charles Oliveira. What does he do? Go to his back, get back to his jiu-jitsu. So I did that tonight, and I was proud of myself in that moment because I wasn't rocked, but it was just a flash knockdown, and it just allowed me to get my brain back and be like, okay, let's get back to it,
Last one for me. You're a very active fighter, right? I mean, you said it yourself. You haven't been around that long, but people call you a vet already.
Yeah.
So is being this active still a priority for you even now, or are you starting to think like maybe I need to start picking fights a little bit?
As long as I'm healthy, I train. I do think I should give myself some time to get a good strength and conditioning camp in and let my body rest a little bit. Sometimes I go in here and my body's probably tired. This is 4 fights in 8 months. You know, my body's probably tired, but brother, I got done at Baku. I waited 3 days, did recovery, got my MRI. All right, you got a hamstring strain, but you got 6 weeks. I'm like, all right, got a call. All right, yeah, I want to fight. Fuck it. And so just hit recovery real hard and just made sure I was healthy and trained. Went straight into 3 days, working with Lyota Machida 3 days a week at 6:30 a.m., doing my PT every day and just doing things like locked in even more. And I'm excited to carry that with me moving forward. And I am going to take time, but not too much time. I think that 94 days is a great number for me because that's, for me, I think that's a great 4 times a year. That's still 4 fights a year almost. So I think for me, I could do that every year. You know how I feel right now. It's enough time to recover. I don't really get hit in there. I don't really get hurt. I fight well enough to keep myself defensively sound in there. So as long as that happens, I'm gonna be active. Thank you, brother.
So, Charles, a couple questions for you. One, how do you feel to walk out to the Rocky theme?
Dude, when that hit, everybody turned up, right? I was like, about time, Philly. That's what I'm talking about. Cause it was a little quiet. I heard some boos back there. I was like, what is going on? This is Philly, you know, the best fans in the world. So, yeah, I couldn't wait till it hit. And then I was like, you gotta play it up, you know. And Philly fans are the best. You know, they love you. You better win though. You better win, boy. So I know that too.
Secondly, you mentioned in the ring that you are an Eagles fan. Who is your favorite Eagles player and what made you become an Eagles fan?
Just growing up, I loved their defense when I was younger. In about 2003, 2002, they had a phenomenal defense. But probably my favorite Eagle, and it's a few of them. It's a lot of them actually. But Brian Dawkins on the defense, Michael Vick on the offense. When he came back from all his trouble, and they gave him that second opportunity, as they always do with these quarterbacks. I think they're a great promotion from top to bottom, and they always give guys a second chance. That's why I kind of love the team too, from a organizational standpoint. And yeah, I thought that year was kind of special. And then obviously the Philly Shuffle, going through our different quarterbacks that year and the adversity we had to go through to win the championship over the best team of the decade in Patriots. So yeah.
And final one for me. Take us through the end of the fight with the submission.
I mean, it was just honestly, it was just once I got his back, it was over. Yeah, I knew it was over. It was just a matter of how I wanted to finish it. So we got. Yeah, I know what that is. Sorry, hold on for a minute. Cold never bothered me anyway. All right, cool. Yeah, I knew once I got his back that I was gonna be able to get him finished. And like I said, I've been there multiple times in practice. Been working really hard this last year on my jiu-jitsu. Don't press it. No, okay. Yeah. Okay, talk to him. Okay, go to coach. Coach gonna take you. Thank you. Good job, baby. Yeah. Finished and practice a lot, and I get there a lot offensively. If I get the back, just been working really hard. Like I said, I learned that from Patchy Mix about a year and a half ago, and I just remained consummate and get into those positions and figuring them out with Mike Davis, walking me through it. He's another phenomenal jiu-jitsu player. So our head coach, Jay Will at Fusion XL, is a great grappling system for MMA. And so I'm super excited, man. My team's amazing. We have great athletes. Lucas Alexander had some pivotal adjustments in between rounds. In between the last third round, he told me to step right. You're stepping left. That's why he's kicking you. He's able to get off that right hand over your jab. Step right. And it changed the whole sequence of striking in the third round. And just things like that, having someone like that in your corner who's fought, who's been in the highest level in the UFC and trains with me, I'm just blessed, man. I got a lot of men that care about me right now.
Charles, back here.
Anik, my boy.
Congratulations on the big win.
What's up, brother?
Nothing much, man. Happy for you. So let me ask you, your wife, Caitlin, she's been by your side through everything. When you were broke 12 months ago, you've had 5 fights, 3 wins since then. What's the biggest thing you've learned from Caitlin in this whole journey?
Man, just grace. Just grace. She is such a positive person, and she's one of the sweetest people I know. And you know, she says I give people too many chances. She doesn't like me giving people too many opportunities. You know, she like, you know, once somebody show you who they are, you gotta believe them type of thing. And but whatever she says is always true, man. So like, I don't know, man. The biggest thing I learned from her is just to give myself grace and not give other people too much grace.
She said to say you're the GOAT, by the way, after your fight.
Let's go, baby.
And one more from me. You know, I know you wanted your moment with Joe Rogan at UFC 324. Didn't go your way in January, but you got on a number card. You took like a separate picture with him. What did that mean to see the Energy Joe Rogan collab?
Me and Joaquin Buckley, it's like a Charlie Murphy scene if I tell y'all about what happened. But in Jacksonville, he was having a comedy show. Me and Joaquin Buckley showed up just as regular fans out in the trenches, watching from the rafters. And then I said, message him. He'll message you back. Because Joe didn't know who I was at the time, I don't think. And he messaged him. Joe messaged back, hey, we're going to be at this restaurant. And this is a few years ago now. And we show up. It's after hours. We walk in the room and smoke, women, lots of. I can't tell you the whole story, but it was amazing, man. It was amazing. From that night to now, I'm like, eventually I have my moment in there with Joe. He's been a fan of me ever since, and he speaks highly of me, and that means a lot to me because he's seen a lot of great martial artists in this cage.
Congratulations and enjoy the family time.
Thank you, brother.
Charles, you mentioned you know, being the most active in UFC history, as well as, you know, taking this bout on a short notice. You know, what are some of the things you learned new about yourself, if any, and you know, how has this helped you become, you know, the fighter you are today?
New things, you know, I can be hurt. A long time I thought I was invincible, you know, in there, and I never got finished, never hardly ever dropped, you know. So having that extra awareness in there, you know, sometimes it's not so well, but for me it's about keeping that championship mentality and learning. And right now that's what I'm trying to build within myself, if I'm being transparent, knowing that I'm the best. Yeah, I've beaten the world champion. Yeah, I've beaten the top 6 guy, these prospects, whatever. I fought the young up and comers. I fought the old guys, right? So it's just about knowing I'm a world champion, brother, and believing that right now.
And my last one for you, just throughout fight week, even now, you had your daughter with you. You know, obviously growing and maturing, becoming the man you are today. But what type of motivations that kind of give you in the ring, and just what type of motivations that bring you to training as well?
Yeah, man. Ever since I was like, when I graduated high school, I was like, I want to be a young dad, you know. So when I was finally able to have kids with, God blessed me with the best wife in the world, at 29 and 30, and you know, since we've been able to have these kids, man, it's just, some days it's tough as a man. You wake up, you got responsibilities, you got a lot of things you got to do, brother, and a lot of things on your head. And then you see them babies, man, you forget about all that, you just get to it, right? And that's what it is, you know, with my girl. And now my son's 11 months. Y'all ain't seen Cyborg yet. He a little chunky dude. He got rolls all down his arm, little happy boy. So, yeah, man, those kids keep me happy. They remind me of what's most important, and because I can be very demanding on myself, right? And so for me, that's what it's about, you know, seeing them, and they just bring me back to everything's good, brother. We just keep working. Thank you.
Did you know you fought the same time the Eagles played tonight?
Yeah, 7 p.m.
Yours
Right?
yours went better than their game's going. Yeah.
It's all right, man. It's preseason. We trying to see what we got, baby. We know what we got up front. You know what I'm saying? We know what the first, second string. We got to see what's back there in case we get in a little. What happened in the past? We needed a little back people, you know, to step up. So we just seeing what we got. That's all. We know what we got up front. It's all right. Thank you, guys.
Oh yeah, I got it. Yeah, dude, yeah, my SD card blew out last week. Yeah, I just wasn't rolling. No, I used it.
Shitty. Right here. First of all, congratulations on the win. I guess how's this whole experience been for you? Because everyone keeps talking about Joel stepping up on short notice, but you also have to kind of switch up your game plan, I'm sure, and prep. So, just how's camp been, and then compare it to like how the fight actually played out from expectations.
Yeah, the experience has been crazy, man. Like going from fighting Jeff Neal, was he 5'10", southpaw, to a 6'3". So it's been crazy. Like I didn't even get a chance to watch any tape on Joel. I just kind of figured if I just stick to my game plan, then I can pull off the fight.
And even the commentary was very shocked that Joel he kept the fight kind of fighting at your pace. It seems like he was fighting the perfect fight for you. Were you surprised that at some point he didn't try to like either close the gap or clinch up or do all this kind of grappling that we've seen him do?
Honestly, I like I said, I didn't watch any film on him, so I knew he was good. I saw his record; it spoke for itself. But so I didn't even know what he was going to attempt to do. I didn't know what he's done in the past, so I wasn't really shocked by anything. I just kind of went off what my coaches told me to do, and we stuck to our game plan, and it worked out.
He was at one time one of the bigger lightweights. You fought it all the way up at middleweight. Did the size difference did you feel that in there?
Maybe after a couple of punches that he hit me with, I was like, he doesn't hit as hard as I expected him to. And that might be because he came from a lighter division. But yeah, I didn't, we clinched up real briefly, so I didn't feel any of the strength or nothing like that. So just the height, it felt the same. It felt real similar. It felt like he was in my weight class. But besides that, I didn't feel anything.
The broadcast said between, I think, rounds 2 and 3 that his corner told him it was 1-1, and they were shocked that his corner thought it was tied. They thought it was pretty clearly 2-0 you. What do you think they saw in there that they thought maybe it would be 1-1?
Honestly, I don't know. Because I didn't know if I was winning either. I didn't know how close the fight was. I just heard the crowd booing. I'm like, this has got to be a terrible fight. Huh? Like, they booed from bell to bell. I was like, man, we're trashing this. But, yeah, I don't know what the corner saw. I know he hit me a few times, and maybe they thought that he was getting the better shots, but I thought I was landing a lot of the cleaner stuff.
Then you brought it up. What is it like being in there, in a fist fight, but I guess the crowd isn't liking what they see in there?
It was crazy to me because it's like we're doing the striking part. Isn't that what y'all enjoy? Yeah. Then again, it is Philly, bro. Y'all are just this crowd out here.
Yeah, they're just rude.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's how they were raised. To just boo. They booed Herb Dean. This is like, what the?
They booed Santa Claus back.
Like, I don't get it. But it is what it is. Maybe they just wanted to see bigger shots, more knockouts. It is what it is. I'm glad I got the win.
And I guess, what do you want next for your career? Do you want to stay active? Do you want to get back in there relatively quickly? Do you want to rebook the Jeff Neal fight? I guess if it was up to you, what would you like?
Jeff Neal would be cool. I think that was in the direction of the top 15, But Joel is one of those opponents. So I think maybe if he would have beaten me, then he probably would have got a top 15 opponent after that. So we'll see what I get after this. I'm not really rushing into getting into a fight next. Like a lot of people know, I just lost my coach, Saxon Janjira. So I really just wanted time to like actually feel that and like let those emotions out and get that out the way and then figure out what's next.
Well, since you brought it up, was camp, I guess, I don't want to say a good distraction, but was it the distraction you needed to kind of put that aside for a bit and now you can kind of focus on everything?
I don't, if I'm being completely honest with you, I couldn't even think about the fight. Like I didn't watch any tape on Joel. I was just thinking about Saxon. I was thinking about my coach the whole time. So I was just trusting my coaches. I was trusting Nick, Sergio, and my brother Anthony, and just taking their word for it. Like, oh, he's gonna come out and try to do this too. And I'm like, whatever you guys say, I'm just gonna go out there and do it because I know Saxon would have wanted me to fight anyways. I was this close to pulling out of the fight, but I'm like, I can hear Saxon's voice in the back of my head, like, you better not pull out. And so I didn't even get a chance to even like think about the rest of camp. I just was kind of going through the motions and just trusting that once the bell rang, I would snap into it.
Congratulations, man.
At weigh-ins that morning, like you step on the scale, they say you're heavy. You look at your coach like, what is going on here? What went through your mind? Because that was like a wild few minutes right there.
It was crazy because they make us weigh in on the digital scale in the back first, and they double check to make sure you're on weight before you go out there. But if you're heavy, they know that you're heavy first. You go out there, weigh in, show everybody you're heavy, and then you go and cut. But I weighed in on the scale in the back with my underwear on, and I was on weight. So they're like, all right, go out there and weigh yourself. And then I was a pound heavy. So that's why I was looking at the commission. I didn't know what was going on. And they're like, you're going to have to cut. And I'm like, I'm not cutting anything, bro. I'm going to cut this motherfucker if he doesn't get his shit together. So I'm not cutting no more weight. But so that's where the confusion came from. So we went back, tried it again, came back, and then they messed with the scale. They put it on the right weight, and then I stepped on. And then it worked out, but luckily it worked out because I wasn't cutting.
Yeah, dude. So last one for me. Coming in a two fight losing streak, unfortunately, but snapping it and pretty nicely. Did you feel any added pressure coming into this one? And how do you feel now that that's kind of behind you and now you kind of have like a nice path forward?
Right. I think I kind of felt the pressure coming into it, and then especially with my opponents changing, I felt the pressure, and then it was like a game opponent like Joel. And then I was hearing stories that he was getting ready with Islam. I'm like, oh shit, it's gonna come out wrestling the hell out of me. And so there was a lot of pressure. But like I said, after my coach passed away, I wasn't thinking about anything. I was literally just going through the motions. And so like in a weird way, that kind of helped me not think so much about the fight. And it was like, just go out there and do what you know how to do.
JD, congratulations. So you went down from middleweight to welterweight back in the day or recently, and Joel has gone up to welterweight from lightweight. You said he was 6'2". Your original opponent Jeff Neal was 5'10". But were you kind of shocked being in the cage with him, thinking that that guy used to make lightweight by any chance?
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude's huge. No way,
especially compared to you two at middleweight.
Yeah, because I'm barely making 170. Like, how are you making 55? What the fuck? But I didn't understand it. I don't get it.
All right, and then the other thing I wanted to say is 5 years ago you made your debut on the Contender Series. You fought on a bunch of fight nights. Tonight is your first night at on a numbered event. Just how did that feel, being a part of one of these? Well, we used to call them pay-per-views, but just being on a numbered event. How did it feel?
I guess ultimately it felt good, but for me, a fight's a fight. If I'm fighting in the alley somewhere, I'm still gonna have the same fucking nerves and pressure.
All right, thank you so
I
much.
would have on a big fight, so it nothing really changed,
All right, thank you. That was my last.
All right, squad. Jake checking in again here. We're just waiting on Esteban Ribovic right now. Everybody else has been caught up. I see some people asking what time is Islam's fight. Probably midnight. Another 2-3 hours, I'd say. 4 fights left. So yeah, we'll get Ribovic and then the winner of the co-main, the main, Dana, and the other fights. So thanks for watching. Going back to the feed now. Enjoy the rest of the card, gang.
No.
Well, Esteban, first of all, congratulations on the victory. I'm sure that was a fight that you expected from Edson, just kind of a back and forth war. But so I guess physically, how are you feeling? Emotionally, how are you feeling after this long camp and then seeing Edson lay the gloves down?
Fue la batalla que esperabas, ¿no? Ida y vuelta, siempre venía con todo. Y ahora, ¿cómo ves? Ahora que pasó todo, que estuviste ahí, compartiste el octágono con él.
Ahora que me estoy enfriando, me estoy sintiendo las patadas. Pero nada, me siento bien. Hice lo que dije que iba a hacer, traer violencia a la jaula. Es lo que él se merecía por su trayectoria. Merecía que salga a darle lo mejor de mí. Se siente bien la victoria, pero a la vez un poco triste saber que es su última pelea conmigo. Mi ídolo, mi leyenda y nada, esa parte un poco triste.
Now that the body's cooling down, I'm feeling the kicks. But yeah, I gave my all when I told people that I was going to come in just guns blazing because that's what he deserves. For the legend that he is, he deserves my best performance, and that's what I was going to bring, and everybody knows this. And it obviously feeling happy about the win, but at the same time sad because it's the end of his career, and it was with me, and to see an idol mine, a legend, finish his career.
And we've been watching Edson for more than a decade now. We've seen the leg kicks, we've seen the spinning attacks, the punches to the body. But it's one thing to watch it, and then it's another thing to be involved in it. So what was it like actually going from watching these moves for so long to actually having him throwing them at your face and body?
Y la diferencia entre ver todo lo que ha hecho en su carrera, los giratorios, los golpes y todo eso, y estar ahí. Es una diferencia, nosotros hemos pasado viéndolo, pero estabas ahí. ¿Cómo es estar enfrente de él y ver todas las armas ahí?
Honestamente, sea él o sea quien sea el que esté enfrente, es un oponente más, ahí hay que verlo así. Si lo ves de diferente manera, ya empezás perdiendo. Sé que no me enfrenté a la mejor versión de Edson Barbosa, pero me enfrenté a Edson y es un honor para mí. Sé que no es su 100%, pero haber enfrentado es un orgullo para mí.
Honestly, I did not see him as that. When you start seeing someone as the legend that he is, you lose the fight before starting the fight. I know I didn't see the best version of Edson Barboza, but he was gonna get the best out of me regardless. So.
After the win, when he sat on the stool, you went up and kneeled in front of him. It seemed like you had a long conversation. What exactly did you tell him, and what did he say back?
Y la conversación con ustedes, hablaron un poco después de la pelea ahí. ¿Cómo fue esta conversación?
Le dije que gracias por haber aceptado pelear conmigo. Gracias por su increíble carrera, por su legado, por haber sido mi ídolo y por haber sido la motivación del striker que soy hoy en día. Y él me dijo, gracias, Dios te bendiga, hermano, y continúa con mi legado.
I just thank him for the opportunity to have the honor of fighting him. Thank him for being an idol, for giving us the career and the legacy that is giving us, and being the inspiration to so many fighters, all the strikers, serving as inspiration. He said, just thank you. God bless, and just continue my legacy then.
Historically, when someone beats someone like Edson, they get another big name, maybe a co-main, maybe a main event in the future. So I guess what do you want next for your career in terms of possible opponents and dates, locations, places you want to fight?
Y ahora históricamente después de eso, ¿qué quieres ahora después de lo que pasó?
Nada, quiero un buen oponente, difícil. Si quieren show, denme un striking. Si no, me voy a preparar para el suelo también. No importa el lugar, no importa la fecha. Me voy a poner a entrenar desde el lunes y nada, estaremos listos para el próximo llamado.
Want another opponent, a good one, a tough one. If you want a show, just give me a striker, and that's what you're gonna get. If you give me somebody that goes down on the ground, don't worry, I'll be training for it, and I'll be in the gym on Monday training for it as soon as possible. And no matter what the opponent is, anytime we'll go.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Esteban over here. The broadcast showed Edson's shin pretty cut wide open. It looked pretty gnarly. What was your response to that reaction when you saw that in the fight?
Cuando se terminó, cuando le dieron un close en la cara de él, se veía que la quijada se lo rompió completamente. ¿Viste cómo estaba la cara de él y cómo le sentía acá? ¿O te diste cuenta durante la pelea?
You say the shin or?
Yeah.
Shin, yeah.
No, the shin, not the
leg.
Oh, la pierna, perdón.
Lo
Lo vi porque lo sentí, yo se la bloqueé y lo sentí hueso con hueso y vi que se lastimó. Le bloqueé varias y me dolió, me está doliendo ahora la pierna. Obviamente ahí no siento el dolor por la adrenalina, pero le bloqueé y sabía que se la tenía que bloquear para que él no patee tanto y se abrió un toque. Sí.
I noticed it because I felt it. I blocked it a couple times, and at that point, obviously it hurts. But I knew I needed to block it so that it would detain him from actually just kicking more. But I saw it. I mean, at that point, I noticed when it happened.
And then last one for me. You just said obviously very happy with the win, but kind of bittersweet, a little bit sad because you're the person that retired Edson Barboza, so to speak. So was this all emotions after the fight, or was there any of this in the fight that maybe made you hesitant at all?
¿Sentiste una de esas emociones de ser un poco dulce y amargo al mismo tiempo? O durante la pelea nada, o antes de la pelea nada, solo después.
No, obviamente. No puedo. El deporte de nosotros es así de rudo, es así de duro también y hay que ser un poco frío en eso. Peleas son peleas, sea quien sea el frente, grande, viejo, joven, bueno, leyenda o no, hay que salir a matar y hasta que la campana no suene o el árbitro te separe, las emociones no pueden cambiar.
You can't have those emotions. You go into the fight, and whatever the opponent is, you can't have that. You can't carry that into a fight. You have to bring it, and until the referee tells you to stop, and you hear that buzzer, you can't stop.
Esteban,
Sí.
felicidades por tu victoria. Tú mencionaste previo a la pelea que, bueno, ahora la preparación fue diferente mentalmente. Parte de esa preparación psicológica estuvo en ti el saber que vas a enfrentarte a un ídolo y que tenías que dejar esas emociones al lado para poder llevarte la victoria.
Sí, nunca tomé como que él iba a ser su última pelea conmigo, jamás lo pensé porque él no lo había confirmado. Lo tomé como un peleador difícil, lo tomé como si él hubiera estado al 100%, como si fuera estado en su prime, así que escuchar eso en Barbosa para mí siempre fue motivación y un empuje extra a mi campamento.
Antes de que se acabe la pelea en el round anterior, estuviste a punto de finalizarlo. ¿Qué te dijo tu esquina en esa conversación entre rounds que vimos también la energía de ti para poder finalizarlo?
Que deje de pegar a la cabeza y que le pegue en el cuerpo porque me estaba cegando y le estaba dando cabeza. Y a veces me cego y solamente tiro al cuerpo. Así que dijo, respira, trabaja más despacio y buscar los huecos. Estás tirando toda la cabeza nomás. Eso me dijo en la esquina.
Edson mencionó que uno de los rivales más duros y violentos que ha tenido es Justin Gaethje. Ahora, ¿cómo crees que tu estilo empata pensando ya en el futuro, en un posible enfrentamiento? No ahora, pero vas en ascenso. ¿Cómo crees que empata tu estilo con él o con el top de la división?
El legado de violencia me lo van a dejar a mí. Ténganlo en claro. De acá al futuro, cuando digan violencia, van a saber que Esteban Rigovics está detrás de eso.
Y la última de mi parte, bueno, ¿cómo va a ser después de esto el festejo ideal de ti? ¿Pasar con tu familia o regresar ya de inmediato al trabajo?
Disfrutar un poco, quiero volver a entrenar rápido. Si me dan una pelea en octubre, no sé, puede ser. En noviembre no, porque tengo mi boda. Así que bueno, sí, si peleo en noviembre. Aparte ya está pagada, no puedo. Ya no puedo echarme para atrás. Así que nada, disfrutar.
Felicidades por tu boda, nada más para cerrar, algo que decir a la gente de Argentina y Latinoamérica que te está apoyando.
Muchas gracias por el apoyo, por el aguante, por los mensajes, la motivación. Sigan alentándome que voy a seguir dando lo mejor de mí en cada pelea.
Gracias.
Just a couple notes from what was said and was not said in English. One of the first things was, what legacy would you leave? The legacy of violence that was left for me. I want people to remember my name associated with violence going on. So that's what people should remember me by. And as far as the fight being scheduled towards the end of the year, the wedding is paid for in November, so can't back down from the early November. So we can't be fighting that because I can't back down because it's paid and done. So you have to be after that.
Gillian, right here. Congrats. 39 seconds. I mean, could you have drawn it up more perfectly than that when you were envisioning how tonight was going to go?
Nope. I was trying to like get a read on what was gonna happen, like kind of visualize what was gonna happen. And 39 seconds was not in any of my predictions, manifestations, prayers, nothing.
Yeah, you had to wipe the Vaseline off just now. Does it usually just come off naturally in a fight or something like
Yeah,
that?
usually, yeah. You get the gloves to the face a little bit more, so they wipe it off for you, but not this time.
How do you feel about this win? Because obviously you didn't hear the broadcast, but you hear Daniel Cormier and Joe Rogan. They're like, he doesn't even want to fight. Like, he doesn't want to be here, but he's doing this for like a higher feeling and all this stuff. Like, I don't know. Is that all accurate? Like, do you not actually want to be doing this, but you just feel like you're meant to right now or something?
That was pretty accurate, yeah. If it was up to me, I would probably be. I don't know. I just want to help people. I just want to do other things. I want to be, praying for people, ministering to people, coaching, helping others. I just want to help serve people. And even when I retired, I was ready to just start coaching, do anything else. And me finding my faith and this relationship with God, it's really shown and opened my eyes. And He like audibly told me, I want you in that area. So I'm like, okay, you want me here? I'm here. I'm doing it out of obedience. And I did love this at one point. It's not like there's any love like lost. It's just I found a different passion for it. Finding that higher power, finding that connection, that relationship. It has it's made it to the point that I come in here free because the results aren't ultimately on me. I show up, I do what I love, I'm training, and then the outcome is in His hands.
Is there any connection between that mindset and the way these past two fights are going, though? Because DC and Rogan were also saying, like, it's one thing to say this when you're running over guys, but if you're tasting adversity and it's, gets to a gritty fight where maybe you don't want to be in there, like, in a different way, maybe that flips the mindset even more in a different direction.
Yeah, absolutely. That absolutely could happen. But even when I have been in gritty fights when my mindset wasn't this, I was still there. I was still in it. When I fought Dan Hooker, I didn't want to fight that fight. Like I was having the worst time of my life before that fight. That was probably one of the hardest fights I had mentally outside of the cage before I ever stepped in, and I still put on a war. It's something that's in me, and I get that, but I'm just leaning on a higher source than myself.
When Charles Johnson was in here earlier after his win, he said, like, the platform you get of getting that microphone in the octagon with Rogan where you're sitting right now, like, that is one of the most powerful things you can have. So if you're trying to help people, if you're trying to spread a message, is there a few better things you can attain than this moment right now?
Honestly, no. That was another thing that I learned because as I was trying to figure out what my next steps were going to be in retirement, God kind of shined the light. This is going to be my biggest ministry. This is going to be my biggest platform and opportunity to speak to people that need to be found, that need to see His light, need a light shine, need some inspiration, need some love, need some help, need some care. Like I'm partnered in a nonprofit now, Mason's Hands of Hope. Like we're trying to help people, and this is one of the biggest things. And it's funny because I was just talking to my pastor the other day, and I'm like, I used to think it was the corniest thing when people would go and talk about God and Jesus in the octagon. I'm like, why are these dudes doing this? I was training with RDA, and he won one of his fights, and he said it, and I was just like cringe. I was like, why are you wasting your time? Like I was trained with Michael Bisping too, so Michael Bisping used to kind of emphasize that too. Like, don't go in there and talk about God. This is your time on the mic, So I grew up with that mindset, and for me to be like this now, I'm like God had to have done it because there's no other way.
And is it now just a fight-by-fight process? Like, came up pretty clean right now. If, Sean or Mick or Hunter calls you in the next few weeks or to fight at the end of the year, like, are you reassessing it in that moment if you want to do it? Or are you, ready, already knowing you're going to be ready to do another fight?
To fight again or in general?
To fight again.
Yeah, I signed a new 5-fight deal. I know I'm here. I know this is what God's called me to do. I know I'm going to be here a little bit longer. I'm ready. When I retire the next time, for sure going to retire, like, I'm done. I'm just waiting for that call. God, we good? All right, cool. But right now, this is where I need to be. This is where the biggest platform I have is, So I just want to grow it and, build this brand, built it on a solid rock, a solid foundation, and just give all glory and thanks to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Gillian, I know you just touched upon it, but to circle back, after your win, you looked at the camera, dead in the camera, and you said, I used to think it was crazy when people used to scream about Jesus Christ in here, and then you got on the mic and you did that. So I guess why did you think it was crazy or cringe, as you said? And then I guess what flipped besides, discovering?
Dang, that's such a good question. I used to almost feel like I liked being like the outcast, like I liked being like the black sheep. I didn't fit in, and I was cool with that. And when people growing up would talk about God, it would just kind of like I didn't know, like it was just ignorance. Like I didn't have an understanding. So I would just be like, what are you talking about God for? Like, oh, this guy makes all these rules and he wants me to live that way or else I can't get into heaven. Cool, I'm cool. Like that's my mindset, and then I started reading for myself. Then I started understanding for myself. Then I got curious. And then I'm like, oh no, I got it all wrong. Because I got everything I wanted out of this career, fighting for the UFC, hitting the top 10, partying with all these models, drinking, smoking, whatever. Dude, having all the fun I could. And every day I would go home and see my kids. And I'd be like, this is not fulfilling. I was like, what is going on? It was the opposite of every rap song I ever listened to. It was the opposite of everything I ever grew up understanding, And I was like, this isn't it. And something more came about. I'm sorry, I see the fight. So y'all got the fight on. It kind of caught my attention. But yeah, so ultimately that was it. I just got to understand it for myself and stop listening to what everybody else was saying. And, I picked up the good book myself, and now I'm spreading the good news because I didn't believe it for the longest time, so thank you.
Just one for me. Training with the guys at Bloodline, guys like Lehian and Richie, Cub Swanson, obviously coaching everybody. How's that changed your, mindset when you get in the cage?
That was another thing too. Stepping away, seeing these guys that are hungry. They're so good. There's so much talent in that room, and there's guys that are hungry. There's guys that deserve to be in the UFC. Like Richie Miranda just got his opportunity. Like I was happy for him. Danny Silva. I just hope he gets his health back, and he's been a killer. Lehian is, dude, he has hands of stone, bro. And then also having a vet like Cub, in my ear, helping me out, mentally through my challenges, because he's been through some ups and downs, and he's like, all you need is one good win, and everything will shift. He's like, just keep riding the momentum, keep building yourself back up. And like, all you need is one. And I was like, really, huh? So, when I was retired, that's what he was like kind of talking about when I started to like get the pull to go back into the UFC. And that's what he reminded me. And I've known Cub since I was like 18 years old. He saw me fight as an amateur, so he's always believed in me. And I've just been thankful, and then Anthony Gonzalez, he's helped me out a lot too, just mentally, like being like backing me. Manny Fernandez, he's been there. Like he's seen some of my roughest times. Like he's seen the retirement. He's seen me like breaking down in tears in the gym. Like I'm like, bro, I don't know what's going on with life. Like Will, he's been my manager. Like he's been with me. Like all these guys have been with me in some of the hardest times of my life, and I can only just thank God for it. And all the team that I have around me has just been, I don't even know how they came about. Like it just started just aligning, like, and it's just falling like dominoes, and I'm just thankful. And then also I do want to kind of, Gilbert Burns was the first one to branch into management, but that's the next thing I want to start branching into too, is managing fighters. Thank you.
Jalen right here. Congrats on the win, man. Given this, you're back on a 2-fight win streak now, 2 finishes in a row, and given your fighting style, on your way back up the rankings, have you thought about chasing the BMF belt or even be considering for a fight like that?
That's very enticing. Charles has it right now, right?
Correct.
Dang. Charles got it. See, if Max had it, it'll be more fun. Like, Charles' grappling is good. I mean, but the way he got it wasn't, the most BMF style. I'm just keeping honest. But,
sure.
If it was me and Max, we ran it for the BMF, that'd be tight. I think the fans would go crazy for that. Striking battle like me and him, that'd be fun. But, I don't know. I don't know what the future has to offer, like as far as like title fights go. I would love, bro. I'm sorry, y'all getting me amped up. Yeah, BMF title, Jalen Turner, whatever it is. Let's do it.
That'd be a fun one. And in the main event, obviously your friend Ian Garry. Any last minute predictions?
Man, I told Ian a long time ago. I was like, I see him being champion, and I think he's gonna edge a decision. I mean, dude, Islam is Islam, bro. He's one of the greatest of all time. Like, how do you even go against him? You know what I'm saying? But it's like, I train with Ian, so I've seen how good he is and how talented he is and how quickly he learns. I'm like, dang, dude, you're sharp. So it's one of those things. But I can see Ian. That's why I told people, like, don't be surprised if Ian wins. Like, why would you be surprised? Like, he's really good. So
Awesome. Thank you, Jalen.
no predictions. May the best man win. That's it. Ian got my support though. That's how it is. Like, I ride with the people that ride with me, and I gotta be careful what I say on these mics because everybody likes to clip things and take things out of turn. So I don't even try to speak on certain things like that.
Hey, Jalen, congratulations. How gratifying is it for you to put yourself through a grueling camp and have the result, as dominating result as possible after putting yourself through a tough camp like that?
It was a blessing. The last, what was it, like 3 pounds? Last 3 pounds on that weight cut was rough, y'all. Out there, the fire alarm went off at the hotel. I'm just waiting for the car. I'm like, valet, come on, y'all. I gotta get this weight off, yo. And man, and then to go in there, this was almost my fastest finish in my career. My fastest finish was my pro debut. I finished the guy in 38 seconds. This one was 39 seconds. And I'm just thankful to be healthy. I'm thankful to be able to go back to my family. I'm thankful my opponent's healthy. I mean, I don't see him having any major injuries from that. I'm just grateful. We love what we do. As long as we love what we do, we go home and we sleep at night, and it's another day to fight again. Thank you.
Dustin, congratulations. This has got to be one of the more gratifying wins of your career so far.
Yes. Don't know what else to say to that. That was really hard.
Was there like a turning point that you felt in the fight where you're like, this is mine now? Obviously, besides getting him in the full choke.
Not really, because I knew I didn't have a whole lot of time. I actually stopped looking for the choke because I knew the round was winding down and I just wanted to go for damage. I just felt myself slip under his chin, and then I was like, well, let's just try it. But I had full expectation that I was just going to do as much damage as I could there, and then we would have to do it all over again. So no, I didn't really notice a turning point. Like in both of the rounds, I was able to get good top pressure in at some point, and felt like on the ground I was definitely winning, but on the feet I was tagging him, but he was definitely tagging me too. So I felt like it was just going to be a hard fight the whole way through.
Can you tell us like what actually the training history was? Because at media day there was some saying like we didn't actually train together. Then on the broadcast, DC said that you had told them in the fighter meeting that you had some success wrestling him in the room. So like what actually happened?
So we've trained together, but not super close. So the way Extreme Couture usually does sparring days is they do a couple light rounds and then they really get into it. And we just did the light rounds together a couple times. So we knew each other. We've moved around on the mat together. We've trained together, but I don't think I've trained with him during the wrestling days, and I don't think I did any hard sparring with him.
And I mean, knowing that like you go in as this huge underdog, were you feeling disrespected and just like, you know, I know much better than everyone else. Like this is crazy.
I can't be too mad about it. I know my record here in the UFC is not very good. And so if people just look at the numbers and not at the actual performances, I can totally get why people count me out a lot. I get it. But I know I'm good enough to hang with anyone in the division on a good day. And the biggest thing that sort of offended me is that the Philly crowd was cheering for a guy from Pittsburgh and not from right outside of Philly. So don't know what that was all about.
I mean, now do you think you're going to get a little bit more of that respect on your name? I mean, the record's getting closer to, I'm sure, where you want it to be in the UFC. Hopefully, you know, many more fights ahead. Do you think, you know, you're not going to be in this situation again when it comes to like being counted out?
It doesn't matter too much to me. I'm mostly here for myself. I love training. I love the martial arts. So I come in here to prove to myself and what I can do and just live out what I train on the mats. So what people think about me, it can be irritating sometimes because people have really bad takes sometimes. But at the end of the day, it's just the opinions of people that I don't know. So it really doesn't matter too much.
That's right. If it makes you feel you better, they also booed Jeremiah Wells, who's from Philly. So they've been booing
Philly fans. They're strange sometimes, but
correct. I know a little bit was you usually train at XC, but you couldn't go there this camp. Did you get to talk to that team at all? And do you think you'll be welcome back there moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely text Eric after the fight. But well, it is after the fight. But yeah, we're good. Yeah, I expect to do at least half of my next camp at Extreme, but I'll run that by Eric first.
And then media day, I think the big story was you fixed your nose. How did it feel in there having your first fight with your new nose?
Was definitely able to recover really quickly between the rounds. I was really exhausted. It was a hard fight, and getting clipped really takes a lot of the wind out of your sails. So I was definitely feeling it. But in the break between the rounds, I was able to recover super fast, which is one of the main things that I've really noticed. Getting the airway cleared up is that recovery time has gone up a lot. Thank you, guys.
quick. Pardon me. All right, guys. Good fights. 330 was a great card. Philadelphia showed out. Rest of the night. Islam Makhachev, Dana White, Mackenzie Dern. They'll all be back here soon. Thanks for tuning in. I'm around the chat in the chat, so let's talk. All right, back to the blank wall.
Doing a quick line check. Check, check. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hey. I didn't change a single thing. I haven't touched that thing since the first fight. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check in, checking. 1, 2, 3, 4 for post fight. Hey, hey. Everybody. Thank you, people on stream. Anybody else? Everybody all good? Going once? Going twice? Sold.
All right, gang. The gate was 6.7 million. The attendance was 19,238, sold out. We shattered the arena record by $2 million. The performances went to Wells, Johnson, Turner, and Stoltzfus. Who's got the first question?
Dana, very good, interesting, tactical main event between Islam and Ian Machado. Garry, Ian showed great defensive work. Islam showed that he was strong either against the bigger guy. Give us your thoughts on the main event and how it played out.
What did you say? He was what?
Stronger and...
Let me read. They have this thing like AI doing it for me now. Machado, Ian showed great defensive work. Islam showed that he was strong even against the bigger guy. Give your thoughts on the main event and how it played out.
When I hear it back, it sounds like a bad question. Not repeat it back to me.
Not a bad question. I think that, this is my honest opinion on it. I felt like tonight was set up for the upset. I felt like the upset could happen tonight with so much on the line, all the records that Islam has, and he's going to break Anderson Silva's record. There's weight classes for a reason. Ian Garry is a big, rangy, strong guy who has great takedown defense. I mean, if you look at his takedown defense tonight against Islam, it was impressive. I felt like I think that Ian is a talented guy. If he had even an ounce of killer instinct in that fifth round, he had been beating him to the body. Islam's whole, I think, right side was beat up. His face was beat up. You don't come out and hug and shake hands in the fight. That shit drives me fucking crazy when there's so much at stake, and there's also a lot of mental gamesmanship, whatever you want to call it in this game. You come out in that fifth round with a flying knee or something crazy and you try to finish the fight. I think that this is one of those fights that Ian will go back and watch and say, fuck, wish I could do that over again.
Would you agree going into the fifth round, it almost looked like Ian was actually the fresher man, like Islam had more?
100%. And, if he came out and tried to destroy and win that last round, with everything that he had, I think it's a totally different fight. And then he gives Islam that explosive, he exploded up and got his back. And once he took his back and put the hooks in, that was a wrap. That he's going to ride that out till the round ends.
I felt like this.
But, that's how I felt. But on the Islam side, Islam went out, it's the complete opposite now. Against a bigger, strong, rangy guy who has good takedown defense, controlled him, shut him down. I don't know if he was in his head and Ian felt like he had to come out and shake hands in the fifth round or whatever. But, Islam did exactly what he needed to do to win that fight.
Yeah. Do you feel like what Islam is now doing at welterweight is more impressive than anything he's done before, because it's quite clear that maybe this isn't his completely natural division?
When you go in there, if you're at the weigh-ins or when I went in after the fight and Ian Garry came over and shook my hand, Ian Garry's handshake is like a fucking vice grip, and he is a big, powerful, rangy guy. And, for Islam to go in and do what he did to him tonight, physical and mental. Yeah.
You and Ian had a long conversation after the fight. What were you guys talking about?
Yeah, he's just like, listen, I know I'm one of the best in the world, and I'll be back. This isn't gonna, yeah. Well, 5 minutes ago, if you'd have come out of that fucking corner like a raging fucking bull, we might be having a different conversation right now.
Do you feel like Ian's too nice to his opponents? At the press conference, he wanted to build Islam up. He's been nice about him all week.
I think that Ian's a classy guy is what I think. And, he always shows class. He did, before the fight, he goes over and shakes, all the corners' hands and all that stuff. It's great. But when that fucking bell rings, you got to switch. You got to switch all that shit off and go. And you definitely got to do it in the fifth round after he fought a great fight against Islam, who, everybody in this room and everybody else is saying, well, we might start talking about GOAT. You don't go shake the fucking GOAT's hand going into the fifth round. You come out to fucking annihilate him. I mean, that just has to be your mindset. In my humble opinion.
Can I get your thoughts on the co-main event between Mackenzie and Gillian Robertson?
So I'm a Gillian fan, and you know, I was talking about Joe Daddy Stevenson and B.J. Penn. I was way off on that one. I was actually surprised at how much Mackenzie dominated her on the ground and on the feet.
And then going to I don't know if you were even here, but the first fight of the night, Jeremiah Wells, his opponent Mislavik Orbai opened up as like a minus 1,000 favorite.
Yeah,
Quite
and he won a bonus tonight too.
Apparently he used to work here back in the day, and then now he's kicking off. He was kind of on the fence about retirement. He says he wants a top 15. If he probably doesn't get like a more upward trajectory in his career, he might step away. Have you guys got any clarification on
How old is he? He's
pushing 40.
Yeah. Tonight was an incredible win for him. He comes back here at that age, wins in spectacular fashion, and gets a huge bonus, and it's awesome.
Hey Dana, can you clarify the bonuses? There were two Johnsons on the card. One had a Scottish twister, and the other one had a big knockout. So
yeah, Charles.
Okay, Charles Johnson. Thanks.
Dana, right here. Can you just expand a little bit more on how impressive what Islam did tonight is? I mean, 17 straight wins. Anderson Silva's run ended in 2013, I think, and it's been 13 years for someone to exceed that. Like, how hard is this?
Yeah, and it's very hard. And if he keeps going like he says he's going to keep going, I mean, it might never be beaten, at least while I'm alive. So it's very impressive what he did. And again, in my thoughts on how Ian performed tonight, so like I said, you can flip that whole script and then drop it on Islam on how impressively he beat a big, strong, rangy guy who was doing damn good work. Islam did everything he needed to do to beat this guy. And like I said, there's weight classes for a reason. And tonight's matchup was a perfect example of that.
And it seems like the next one could maybe be the hardest one yet. You guys had, Prochas and Morales on the screen. Is it just obviously Tuesday you'll go back and kind of discuss who might be the front runner?
Yeah.
Carlos says he's been promised it. Morales was the backup.
Yeah, I know. He was telling me, I'm coming in there after the fight. I said, yeah. Just let Islam have his moment. And, we don't need you running in there with the whole fucking Muslim Brotherhood in here tonight. We don't need that shit. Let's just, let's pump the brakes and see what's next.
Well, you guys showed Usman Nurmagomedov on the broadcast as well. Is there any update on talks with him or anything in that regard with him?
I mean, if we did, we'd announce it.
Sure. And lastly, there was 8 finishes tonight, and at this point of the year, there's been the most finishes, highest finishing rate since 2018 in the UFC. Is that just coincidence? Is that matchmaking, or do you think the finish bonus has maybe?
I think it's a little bit of everything. Yeah, a little bit of everything.
Thank you.
Hey, Dana, over here. So, Dana, this was the UFC's first show in Philadelphia in over 7 years. What did you think of the crowd tonight, and how quickly do you want to come back here to Philly?
Yeah, I mean, I love Philly. I love this city. I always have fun here at other sporting events, too, not just ours. So, yes, we will be back sooner than this run that we were on here. But, COVID's a big part of that, too. So it's not just because we didn't want to come back to Philly or something. COVID was a huge part of that. To come in here again, sell out, and think about this. Now, everybody's spoiled with UFC because we sell out every fucking show and it's blah, 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 blah. We're in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania with a Russian Muslim and an Irish kid. And we do a $7 million gate and we shatter the fucking record here. The biggest event that's ever been held here, we beat it by $2 million. It's crazy. Unheard of before. If you fought in Philly, you'd have to have a guy from Philly in the main event. And, it's pretty impressive.
And last one for me is, since you also oversee Zuffa as well, when do you think Zuffa will become to Philadelphia as well, since you just recently brought them to New York?
Yeah, soon. Yeah, I actually can't wait to bring Zuffa to Philly. Yes, sir. Go ahead. My guy right here with the glasses, yeah.
Me? Oh, yeah. Dana, so another banger for the flyweight division. Eduardo Chapolin took the fight on 4 days' notice. Charles Johnson gets dropped, comes back with a Scottish twister.
What's the ceiling for this flyweight division? Because it just seems to be getting better and better.
Yeah, I know that the boys, meaning the matchmakers, they've been working on all the divisions right now. We're working on some fun shit in our Tuesday get-togethers. So over the next year, you're just gonna see all the divisions just getting nastier and nastier. And then obviously we're in another contender series season right now, so it's gonna be a fun 9 weeks coming up.
Awesome. And one more from me. Do we have any update on Zhang Weili? Because a lot of people are interested in that fight with Mackenzie Dern potentially.
Yeah, I agree. No, we don't have anything on her. Yeah, we're still working with her. Love her and hope she comes back soon. Go ahead. Yep. Guy with the mic. Yep. Oh.
Dana.
All right, I'll
right
shut the fuck up. Lene's running
right
the
behind
show.
the last guy.
Yeah. Go ahead.
To go back on what he was saying about being 7 years since you've been to Philly, it's been 7 years since you've been to Minneapolis. Any news on coming to Minneapolis anytime soon?
Yeah. I don't know off the top of my head, but yes.
And then I met a German tourist here that came just for this fight, and he would like me to ask you when you're coming to Germany, maybe shortly after Minneapolis.
You ran into a German guy that wanted you to ask me when are we going to Germany?
Yes, he said you can sell out any stadium in Germany, that the promotion there sells out all the arenas, and they are nothing compared to you. So
all right, duly, thank you. Yeah. Fuck, what was I going to tell you? I was going to tell you something. Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
But thank you.
Edson
Yes, sir.
Barboza retired tonight after like 15 years fighting for the UFC and everything. What is his legacy to you in this company?
He's such a great kid, and he's been in so many wars, and yeah, I mean, we really like him. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say other than he's an absolute savage. Been awesome having him, fight in this company, and we really respect him and like him a lot.
And one for me, the GOAT status thing, right? Especially when it comes to Islam. There was a lot of talk of that. Maybe he's got some more work to do and all that. After the night, what other boxes do you think he needs to check to be considered the GOAT?
Well, I don't know what your opinion is, meaning all of you, but, if he didn't have that one loss on his record, it'd almost be a no-brainer. And this kid wants to fight all the time. He stays active. And after tonight, and what he did tonight, he talks about, 3-4 more fights. And so I think what you do is you just let this guy's career play out. And it's almost like what I keep saying about Zuffa boxing, judge us at the end of this year, January of 2027. It's like when Islam's career is winding up and starting to wrap up, the more fights he keeps winning and the things he keeps got, the records he keeps breaking, it'll all speak for itself.
Dana, way back here. Obviously, Khabib was in Islam's corner. There's a little bit of footage as well of him putting the gloves on. Is there maybe a chance you could have another little conversation with him about thinking about doing one more?
Khabib? Yeah, I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Not even worth the chat, no?
Listen, when he was trying to retire, I was all over that fucking guy. I don't think you'll get him back now. Plus, he's got to weigh like 225 or something. Yeah. He's got a good life. I don't think he's looking to fight anymore.
Speaking of people with good lives and from that kind of era, Conor McGregor got the surgery done. I suppose what's your you were over in Ireland, you were at the pub, and I know that you were on FaceTime with him as well when he had that whole thing with Makhachev and Turkey and everything. What's kind of the latest on the Mac?
He's out for a year.
What's weird about this is like he breaks the gate record, massive event, like it's the biggest event, most concurrent viewers on Paramount, and then you just immediately you move on. And you're like, yeah, not concerned about him.
How do you immediately what?
Like you're immediately like, yeah, not concerned about him. I'm not even thinking about him until next year. How are you able to just move
Why
on? Why
would I though? The guy just had surgery.
But would you not be
What do you
on
want
the
me
phone
to?
going, like-
Well, what we're thinking about is maybe in a year from now, when he starts thinking about it, who the fuck knows what the world's even going to look like a year from now?
No, that's true.
Yeah.
Another fight that's coming up that you're involved in this Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury saga continues to roll on. I suppose you said that you made the deal for that fight. What's happening with that? And it looks like it's going to be in New York, but then seems like Team Joshua is saying that they're not doing it unless it's in the UK.
Yeah, I need this thing for you, my friend. I'm reading your. Well, what's happening with that? And it looks like it's going to be in New York, but then it seems like Team Joshua says they're saying it seems like it's going to be in the UK, is what I'm reading here. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, this fucking saga. We'll see how this whole thing plays out. I mean, they either want to fight or they don't. I don't know.
Well, you say you made the deal for the fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would you have even allowed them to put it in the contract that AJ will only do it in the UK?
Well, I didn't do his contract.
So what deal did you do?
What did I do?
So you didn't do AJ's side of the
We
deal.
did the television deal and the venue deal.
Oh, okay. And that's going to be in New York, you think, or
We'll
ideally?
see. We'll see. Listen, to make a fight, two guys have to want to fight. Period. End of story. Contracts and this and that. There's a lot of fucking money, for grabs in this fight. Do you want to fight or do you not want to fight?
Well,
I don't give a shit one way or the other.
So you'd be happy to go to the UK?
It's up to them.
So you'd be happy to go to the UK?
I'd be happy. Yeah. Listen, I don't give a shit. Do you want to fight or do you not want to fight?
Thank you.
Yeah. The fight should happen 10 years ago. Is it going to happen now? We'll see.
All right. Hey, Dana. Congratulations on tonight's gate. Something I wanted to ask is that Bella Mir is making her debut soon on the Contender Series, the daughter of Frank Mir, former UFC heavyweight champion. How does it feel that you're finally starting to see second-generation fighters come into the UFC from the time you were starting up?
Yeah. It's interesting because usually that doesn't go well. You know what I mean? When the next generation tries to fight, but she is an absolute freak of nature and incredibly special. And her goals in combat sports aren't just to be the UFC world champion. She wants to be the Zuffa boxing world champion. She wants to win an Olympic medal. She wants to be the UFC BJJ champion. And, shit, she might start slapping too. Who knows what she'll do. But, yeah, I'm excited about her. I've been excited about her since she graduated from high school.
So why do you believe that second-generation stars don't work out sometimes in the UFC? Is it because they were too spoiled growing up and they don't have the same hunger?
Yeah, oh, definitely. And you grow up different than your parents did in many ways. And, their path isn't yours, normally. But when you sit down and you have dinner with Frank and his wife and Bella, and they start telling Bella Mir stories, like, where's Bella? And they look out the window and she's got, like, these sandbags running around the cul-de-sac at, like, 6 years old. She's built differently. And she went to college and she was in the middle of a wrestling season. And then she would come home for vacation, Thanksgiving or whatever that you get out of school for. And she would come fight in like jiu-jitsu tournaments and beat like the best jiu-jitsu people in the world without even training jiu-jitsu. She was just wrestling. So she is an absolute standout freak of nature and a one-of-one unicorn.
All right, and last question. So this goes back to, you have been in this game so long now that you're starting to see parents of kids come in. You started you took up the UFC 25 years ago. You took overboard, and now today this is the inaugural year of Zuffa Boxing, and the startup. We saw you at the show last month at MSG. Just how much is the startup of Zuffa Boxing similar to the startup of the UFC in the 2001 for you? And does it give you the same kind of thrill in starting up a promotion again like that?
Yeah, I love starting from the beginning. I've actually been having fun with this, and I have fun with Slap too. I like building things, and we just did that fight in Ireland. The place was packed, and the crowd was awesome. It was like being in Philly here. Yeah, I love it.
And sorry, one more. Last month I got to ask Edgar Berlanga if he would like to fight during the Puerto Rican Day Parade there in New York City during that weekend in the theater. We've seen it happen for Callum Walsh before around with St. Patrick's Day celebrations in Ireland. Could you see Zuffa Boxing trying to do something like that?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not saying we would do it this year, but yeah, we would definitely do that.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dana, right here in front of you. So this is the first women's title fight of the year that we just had. Obviously, there was the injury with Kayla Harrison that interrupted your plans earlier in the year. But what's kind of the status of Kayla and also of Valentina Shevchenko? Will we be seeing them defend these titles this year?
I certainly hope so.
Is there any insight? Like, is it more than hope, or is there any insight you have?
Well, obviously with Kayla, it's a very crazy situation. You know, neck surgery, and you know, after the surgery that she had on her neck, let me tell you what you don't want happening immediately. Amanda Nunes grabbing onto your neck. So, you know, we want to make sure that she's 110% healthy before she comes in and fights.
And what of Valentina? Because her schedule's been pretty inactive.
What about who?
Valentina Shevchenko.
Yeah.
Her schedule's been
Yeah,
relatively
she'll
inactive
fight
the last
this
few
year.
years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Dana, your friend Dean Thomas just announced on the post-fight show that he's going to retire from cornering fighters after Gillian's loss tonight. I'm just curious your thoughts on that because you guys have a relationship, and he wears so many hats with the promotion, right? As a host and podcast and all that stuff.
Yeah, he didn't say anything to me. I didn't know about that. I never heard of retiring from cornering. that might be a first. That's the first I've ever heard of it. I don't know. Maybe he's just tired of the grind of, you know, working with somebody. You know, he's worked with so many fighters over the years. Maybe he's just burnt out.
Yeah, and just lastly, on the second fight of the night, Neil Magny got another win. He has 25 wins in the UFC now. The only 3 fighters to do that are him, Jim Miller, Charles Oliveira. Like, how impressive is that longevity and success?
Yeah, that's awesome. He's such a tough guy, and you know, and he was like an underdog tonight, right? I don't know how the hell Neil Magny is an underdog ever. How you could ever count that guy out in a fight, no matter how old he is. He's just like a Jim Miller. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. All right, guys. Have a great night. Thanks, Philly. Philly is always awesome, man. I love this place.
Mackenzie over here to your left. Congratulations on your win, retaining the title. First title defense, unanimous decision against Gillian Robertson. How does it feel sitting up there, still having your belt?
Honestly, I mean, it feels good, but I mean, it could feel even better if I would have got the submission. I'm someone that like am always looking for the best performance possible. So I'm happy with my wrestling. I'm happy with, I guess, the dominance of the fight. But I wanted to submit Gillian for sure. And yeah, and I still see lots of things that I want to get better just to be able to defend it more and more times. But definitely feel like solidified myself as a champ.
Yeah, and why do you feel like that finish didn't come? Was it something that she was doing that surprised you? Was it something you feel like you could have done better? Why did it not come?
No, I think it was something that I could have done better for sure. It was just there were some moments in the fight that I was just kind of split between if I do more damage or if I look for the submission. And so you get in the moment and you just want to think like, should I stay more in this type of position so I can hit her more, or should I, keep attacking the submission and, like the rear naked choke. If I would have got maybe 15 seconds earlier, I think I would have got it because it was pretty deep. And but little details, things that I can definitely fix.
Yeah, you said you feel like you're the champion now after that one, really truly. Do you feel like, though, that you still have to beat Wei Li in order to kind of get that sort of respect from everybody?
No, I mean, I felt like the champion before when I won the belt, but I just think I solidified myself even more as a champ for the fans, that they would say that. But I don't think I need to win Wei Li to be a champ. I mean, people retire. Not that I'm not saying that that's what she's gonna do, but I mean, the more defenses I can get at this, whoever comes next, I think I proved that I was a champ. I mean, Gillian was 5-fight win streak, so Vina was a 5-fight win streak. I just became 4-fight win streak, so it's like, I mean, I don't know how much more I need to do to prove that.
Yeah. Do you hope that Wei Li is the one that is next for you, given the landscape right now, or do you think there are other options out there for you as well?
No, I mean, I don't hope for anybody, you know what I mean? Whoever the UFC gives to me, I'll be ready.
Did you get to talk to Gillian at all at the end of the fight? Obviously, given everything leading up to it, you described as high school leading into this fight. So post-fight, did you guys get to clear the air at all or anything?
No, not really. I mean, she seemed nice, but I mean, when you lose, everyone is a little bit nicer, I guess. And then Moa was there, obviously. So I mean, she was nice with Moa, and Moa. It's hard to not, want to shake a little kid's hand, So inside of me, I was like, oh, I don't know if I really want to talk to her or not. But of course, this is what we do, and it's sportsmanship. And I mean, it kind of gave a little bit of good drama at the end, and just helped promote the fight of her and the submissions and grappling, and for people to watch and kind of, want to see the fight. So it was good. I mean, we shook hands, but we didn't really talk.
Well, to kind of go off of that, all your fights leading up to this have been very respectful. This is kind of the first time we've seen you in this environment where an opponent is trying to antagonize you. Did it bother you? Did you like it, or just didn't play any factor at all?
It bothered me. It bothered me for sure. But I think, I mean, my coach, he tells me like, oh, she's waking up the lion, and just because I did go in there, I mean, I tried to like smack her a couple times, like with my hand. I really wanted to submit her, but it bothered me the most just because, she was talking about my grappling, and that's like my strongest point. That's, I mean, everything I built all these years in jiu-jitsu. So for someone to say that she has better grappling than me, that's kind of like, my mind. But being the champion and just kind of seeing the future generation and the upcoming girls coming up, I'm like slowly preparing myself, because I mean, that's part of the game, and I think they're all going to be calling me out, and they're all going to be, you have to have confidence if you're fighting for the belt. So at the same time that I got bothered, but more because she's a grappler and talking about my grappling, I still thought that I was able to get into the vibe just because I know it's a title fight and people want to see the drama.
Nah, just last one for me. I know you don't pick your opponents, but when would you like to fight again? Because the last time we saw you was obviously October to now, a bit of a layoff. But do you want to get it back in there quickly and be a a competitive champion?
I mean, I would like to fight like probably March, so like maybe in 6 months, if I can get maybe 2 fights a year, that would be good. But after I won the belt, there was just my life changed completely. There was all these obligations. There was just so many things I had to do. Now that I'm kind of defending it, I'm kind of getting in I don't know, the rhythm of it, being a champion. My plan is just to get back to training and, media tour and do all these things that we have to do, but get back to training. So if the opportunity does come up, we'll be ready to take a fight, anytime for sure. And also, I know Dana's been talking about like a big event. I wasn't at the Sphere. We weren't able to make it on the White House. So I don't know when this next big event, if it does happen, but I would like to get on that one.
Has he told you anything?
Nope.
Mackenzie, you've talked in the past about your desire to, want to continue to finish these fights, but it gets harder and harder the more tape there is on you, the more fight time, and just like all these things at the highest level to these fights. Do you know the things you have to do, like maybe in the next one to, maybe take advantage of different situations?
100%. I mean, we were just in the locker room right now going over what the positions I could have done better, the things I was missing, what we did right, what will come, what we will work on for the next one. So, I mean, me and my team, we're on top of that, and we're just constantly trying to get better. And I definitely think that the next, I could have finished this fight for sure. It wasn't anything. It wasn't a big mistake. It was a little details, but they're things that I'm gonna definitely change for sure.
Yeah, there was that one round, I think you had her back for like 4 minutes in or something, or with like 4 minutes left. Was she just, being extremely defensive? Do you feel you could have been more aggressive? Think of that sequence.
I mean, I think if we're thinking about the right one, like I had her back, but my back was on the floor. I mean, I just felt it was a little bit like sticky, she just kept kind of grabbing my hands, and I would like try to hit. I smacked her a couple times, trying to get my hand in to get the choke. Just a little sticky situation, I guess you could say, and I mean, obviously she has a lot of submissions. She's not someone who doesn't know what she's doing, but yeah, I definitely could have finished that fight, and I missed a couple opportunities.
Yeah, and in the 5th round, the only round she was given on the scorecards, was that just a case of like she kind of got top position and you knew you had the fight won and just like, don't let anything crazy happen here and this is mine?
No, I mean, I'm not someone who's like, oh, I already got this, and I wanted to win every single round, but honestly, my legs were getting tired.
Mackenzie over here. A lot was said pre-fight, the grappler versus grappler debate. How would you rate her grappling?
I mean, I didn't really get to feel her grappling too much. Her on top, she didn't really try to pass my guard or anything. She kind of was going more for the ground and pound, I guess. And then just passing her guard or mount, and I wasn't able to feel her grappling too much. I felt like it wasn't world champion, black belt, ADCC champion level.
Kind of piggybacking off of that, you secured a Kimura at one point, but then let it go to elbow her leg. Did she have you in a calf slicer? Talk us through that.
No, she didn't have any. She didn't have any type of submission or anything on me or any danger. I didn't feel danger at all in the fight. I just felt, yeah. I mean, I wanted to get her legs tired. I wanted to just kind of work different areas. I just wanted to try and beat her up, a little bit all over.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mackenzie up front, or middle, I guess. Near the end of the first round, you had that sequence where you're kind of looking for the choke there. Didn't quite have enough time. Do you feel like if you had like maybe another minute or so, you might have been able to do things to kind of make that situation work, or was that a position that was possibly a little stalled out?
No, definitely. If I would have had probably like 15 seconds more, I think she would have or gone to sleep or tapped.
And obviously the submission record was kind of a big thing about this. You didn't get it here. Do you really want to get that record ultimately? Is that something that actually means something to you, or could it just be take it or leave it?
Definitely. I mean, since I went into the UFC and people have been talking about my submissions and my grappling, I've always wanted to be getting, breaking records. Gillian was a big person talking about like how I didn't know who she was. She was the record holder, but I didn't even know who the record holder was. Honestly, I knew that Charlize DuBronx had the most submissions. So I mean, I wasn't even looking at like this level. I was looking like out of all the UFC, I want to have the most record. You know what I mean? I was just thinking big time, like focus on Mackenzie and get these wins. And honestly, I didn't know who had the submission record for the women's. So that's definitely something that I would like to try to get. But just because I want to be someone. I mean, I don't want to go through all of this, beat up my face, my time away from my daughter, camps, and then when I stop fighting, you're just forgotten. You know what I mean? I want to try to get to Hall of Fame and just accomplish things and make a difference, inspire people, and try to be, hopefully try to be a legend.
And the last thing, actually, you mentioned your daughter. During, I want to say the third or fourth round, you were grappling closer to the side of the cage where she was, and I could hear her at least shouting instructions. And obviously, we hear a lot of fans, or not fans, teammates and things like that shouting instructions. We don't usually hear the children of the fighters shouting them. Like, what was she saying? Can you hear her in that moment?
Oh yeah, I can hear her. I mean, before the fight, she's like, I saw her in the hotel room before we left. She went with one of my best friends, and she told me, she's like, "Mom, do this hook and then the right, and then you're gonna kick her, okay?" And then I'm like, "Okay, I'll do that." So I mean, she goes to my training. She corners. She brings in the water. I was hearing her the whole time. She's telling me to kick her in the head, punch her, and she gets involved. And I can hear her. This was the first time I actually talked to her before the fight. Tate was passing the Vaseline on me, and I'm hearing like, "Mom, mom, mom, mom," and I never talked to her before the fight because I don't want to get like soft. But I'm like, okay, I got to do it. And it's crazy just that my first fight when she was born, she was 4 months old. And for her to be 7 years old now and her to be so involved, and she just kind of grew up with the UFC family and she's so used to it. And it's like the second time she's with me when we raise our arm together, and for her to be able to experience that. But yeah, I can hear her the whole time, and it's like she's fighting in there with me.
Can you ever see an instance, or maybe sometime in the future, where you're fighting and she's one of your cornermen?
I mean, we actually talked about this at playing around, how old do you think you have to be a corner? I mean, if it's something like 10 years old or 8 years old, definitely I think I can put her in there, but she would have to learn how to be a little bit, quieter. She's got to let that work be for my dad and Perillo, but yeah, definitely I would love to have her in the corner, but I don't know if I'll be fighting that long if it's like 16.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. So obviously years chasing the championship, you finally get it. First title defense successful. So all those boxes are checked off now. Did tonight feel like emotionally different than when you actually won the belt the first time?
Yeah, I mean, it was a night of like excitement and happiness. It wasn't like a night of relief, and I think the relief that I got when I won the belt, that was crying and emotion, and this one was just excitement and like happiness, because we defended it, and I mean, I think there's a happiness because I felt like I was able to get better at a lot of things, especially because I won the belt getting taken down a lot, and I was able to take her down, and she's a grappler, and another girl that's on a win streak. So definitely happy with the performance, but it's a different emotion, and I know a lot of people are going to be studying me even more, but I think we were able to bring some more like dangerous like aspects to my game, that whoever's going to fight me next, they're going to be like, okay, Mackenzie actually does have some good wrestling. Okay, Mackenzie is getting better. Okay, look at, and not just a grappler. So, I mean, we're definitely happy with the performance, but it is different.
Yeah. And last one for me, you were talking about, being a champion, the obligations, obviously the media stuff and everything, time away from your family, the training, having to even fit in training in between the actual other obligations. At any point, did it feel overwhelming for you at all?
Um, I mean, not overwhelming, no. But I mean, there was getting to a certain point where I was like, we got to say no. Like, we can't keep doing this. Like, not that keep doing this, but just like we can't be keep traveling. We got to be training, you know. And it's just you. It's so good. It's so much fun, and it's like it's good because it's not. I mean, it's not just fun for me. We're doing like cool stuff. We're doing tons of stuff. We're doing fundraisers. We're doing charities, stuff that you want to keep doing, but it's just technically impossible to do all of that and maintain your training at the level that you know that you have to keep it to defend your belt with whoever's coming at you, and they're hungry and they're training so hard. So, I mean, I could say it wasn't overwhelming, but it came to a point where it was like, okay, we got to slow down. What's our priority? Our priority is to keep the belt as long as possible, and to have good performances and keep getting better. So now that we kind of got that out of the way, and I think I'm starting to understand how to be a champion and the obligations that come from it, I think people are going to see a very long reign as a champion. Thank you.
Mackenzie back here.
Mhm.
One question from me. If you get a couple more title defenses, could we see you potentially move up to 125, chase a second belt versus Valentina, perhaps?
I don't think so. Not for like a long time, because one of my best friends, Natalia Silva, will be the future champion of 125. So, I mean, one of our goals was for me and her both to be champions at the same time. So yeah, I hope she has a great reign at 125 and me have a great reign at 115. And yeah, just enjoy that. I mean, we'll see in the future if she goes up or something like that, but I have no plans for that. I just want to enjoy both of us being champions. Thank you.
I was just going to say, Natalia was ringside and she did not stop screaming advice to you the entire fight. Curious what it means to have her support in that manner.
Oh, it's so amazing, especially like just her being, a fellow UFC fighter and chasing her dream too. I mean, we've been friends since before either of us were fighting for the title. So to be, she came from Brazil to be here to support me, and she knows Moa since she's little too. It's so great, and it's good to be able to have good people with good hearts in your corner. Thank you.
Hello, guys.
Islam, you're here. Congratulations, you did it. The 17th straight win. It was a tough fight to get there, but how good do you feel right now, having accomplished what no one else in the history of our sport has ever done before?
Feel happy. Thank you so much. Feel happy. Hard fight. It's good fight. Good opponent. And now it's no more Anderson Silva. Islam Makhachev record. I like this.
What about the fight maybe surprised you the most? Was it like his resistance on the takedown? Was it his striking, if anything at all?
Jan is good opponent, you know, and very hard to fight with someone who stand and wait, you know. He just waiting, and very hard to show good performance with someone like that. He like stand, I see his leg, try to take him down. He have like some good defense, you know, but very hard to show good performance with someone like that.
You clearly won the first 2 rounds, and then 2 of the judges gave him the third and the fourth, so getting pretty close in that 5th round. Did you feel you needed to go and get that takedown with a few minutes left and just close the fight strong?
Of course, this is my. Some of them give 1 round or 4th rounds, but I feel I won the 3 rounds. I mean, before the last round, you know. But Khabib and all corners say you have to win the last round, and on the last round, I feel I can take him down, do something more, you know, because this 3rd and 4th round not like very tough, and I have like power to finish, to go show the good performance end of the fight, you know.
And you dropped him with that head kick in the 2nd. Did you think you were going to be able to get him out of there in that moment?
Yeah, I just told in some media, he happy I don't have big leg, you know. I just catch him with my fingers, and it's good shot, you know. After that, I try to land it some punch, go crazy, you know, don't control my emotion, and almost finish him.
How do you feel physically after the fight? Obviously some bruising, but I know you were hoping to get out of this one and maybe turn around faster than last time.
Yeah, he give me like too many scratches, you know. He give me like very hard headbutt end of the 4th round when I make him slam. You can see he give me like back headbutt, and I feel that moment I like in the fight I don't remember when my nose bleeding, you know, and right away the blood is coming out, and I thought maybe I broke the nose or something's happened, you know. He gave me like very hard headbutt, but it's okay. Hard fight, it's make you improve, and I feel improve, you know. I still have to gain some weight, try to be more big, more power, you know, and I have time, you know. And what's this fight show me and show everybody, it's not like my hardest fight, you know. Doesn't matter how its fight is gonna go, easy or hard, from the 1st minute to last second, I'm going to war. I'm gonna fight every second.
And what did Khabib say to you after the fight? And also, what does it mean that you got this 100th win for you and Umar and Khabib and Usman in MMA?
We don't talk about this, but we are best team in the world, you know. We are best team in the world. Next week, 3 of our teams fighting in Miami, Umar fighting in Shanghai, you know. You know, we have a lot of killers in the gym who watching our fight, who watching our careers and still training every day. In Abdul Manap, legacy still going, still growing, you know. Too many fighters gonna come from our gym.
And just last for me, there's like videos of Carlos Prates and Michael Morales backstage arguing about who should get the title shot against you next, and they both want it. They both think they deserve it. How do you feel?
I don't know who I want to choose, you know. No matter who is them. Maybe let them fight. Why they not fight in this card to see who is the #1 contender, you know? But it's okay. I am happy we have some real contenders in this division. And these guys, Morales, Prates, Shavkat, they make me like training every day more hard. But because I see this is the real fighters who can give me good fights.
Islam, front, right here, other side. Between, it seems like between every round, Ian was saying something to you, kind of trying to give you a hug, touching you on the head. Beginning of the 5th round, he high-fived you. Dana White said he hates that. He wish you guys would just...
Bro, I honestly I don't understand, man. This is the fight. This is not something we have to like hug each other every rounds. You know, we're going to war to broke the face, to broke the eye. You know, that's why I respect all my opponents, but Jan, I don't know. He respect too much.
What did he say to you after the fight? Because it looked like he came and
He
shouted.
just say, I fight today with the greatest fighter. Yeah, I respect him, you know. He's a good guy, very kind, you know. But this is the war, you know. Look my face. I just come to beat everybody. It's not some things you have to play. This is fight. This is not game.
Congrats.
Thank you, man.
Islam over here. Multiple times during the fight, Ian kicked you in the knee and you two exchanged words. What did you say to him after he hit you with those?
Honestly, the kick which he tried to do, it's not bother me. On the camp we're working a lot on that because it's he can give me injury by that. But in this fight, I don't feel any kicks from him. He landed couple body kicks, also not hurt me, but he landed couple good. And one of them, which one he landed by his finger, he like touched my eye in the second round. But you know, I just told you, it's very hard to fight someone who just stand and don't go forward. You know. Thank you.
Islam right here. All week the story had been asking you if he's your toughest opponent. Now that you've shared the cage with him for 5 rounds, was he your toughest opponent? And if not, where do you rank him?
Oh, maybe top 3, bro. But the Australian fight, it's crazy. With Volkanovski first fight, he gave me a hard fight, bro. This guy is dog. He go forward every second, you know, he don't stop. And that time I remember we have very hard time, you know, and all arena support him, and like even if he miss punch, the all arena go like crazy, you know. But it's it's hard, you know. Some of them when you won before, like by first round, you not grow, but 5 rounds you give your like many years, you know. You guys don't understand, because when you finish someone from by first second, it's you not grow, but the second, the minutes inside the cage, it's some things which one like give you more like, you know, experience. This is the number one things. You never gonna find somewhere experience like that, just inside the cage when you have hard time.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Islam over here. You know, you mentioned kind of a desire to put on some weight, get a little bigger. How much do you feel like the size at 170 pounds has kind of made things a little more even between you and opponents?
Honestly, I don't know. I feel he a little bit, maybe a couple kg, he bigger than me in this fight. And I think in first fight in welterweight, because I focus on that, I not feel, I know I was bigger than this time, you know. But this is I think the things which one we have to still thinking what to do, how to gain some more weights to become bigger, you know. But I don't want to go back to lightweight, because I told you I enjoy every second with my team, with my friends on this camp, because you know, when people who never cut like some like 15 pounds, they never understand, you know, how it's hard. You have to training very hard and just follow the diet. That's why I enjoy now to fight welterweight, enjoy the camp, fight week, everything, you know. That's why I will stay in welterweight and will fight many years more.
You have 10 more, you know, you have 10 rounds now, 5 more at this weight than, you know, obviously being most of your career at lightweight.
How do you feel you're moving around in there on fight night now that you're at this weight for, again, 10 rounds?
Не понял.
What do you mean he has 10 rounds more?
He's completed 10 rounds as a welterweight.
Ты закончил 10 раундов в этом весе, как?
Yeah, it's not. It's more tough guys, more big guys. With all respect, they are the most powerful division right now. That's why we fight all 5 rounds. With all respect, they are guys very tough. Mandalena, Garry, Prates, Morales, Shavkat. It's not secret. You guys all life in this sport, and it's more hardest division in UFC right now.
And lastly, for me, you know, Ramadan is in February next year. I know you'd like to avoid, having a fight lined up for that. Are you looking to be able to fight 2 times next year after Ramadan?
Bro, we have to fight before Ramadan, 100%.
Before Ramadan, okay. So
course.
you're shooting for January.
Of course. January, end of the year, we have to fight.
Maybe even the end of this year.
Yeah, because I'm not like 20-somethings. I'm 34 years old, and I have to fight soon as possible because I'm not cut much weight. I don't have like any big injuries. Just have to maybe double check my nose. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before this fight, also, I give my approval to fight in White House. It's long story why I'm not there, but I told beginning of the summer I want to fight. I call Ali, I call everybody. I want to fight, but it's not something I chose and I make.
Well, what is the long story?
Because Ali called me and say, "Hey, you want to fight White House with Ilya Tapuria?" I say yes, and I'm never asked. They offer me good money, and next day Ali say it's not happen. And I don't know. Just see what his manager said. He said we offer the fight, we ask some money, they don't give us. That's why we chose. Maybe Ali know all story, bro. He will tell you. But I never say no, and I don't do too much media. And Ilya start talking. I'm injured. Something's happened with me, but it's not true. I give my approval to fight in White House.
Ислам, привет.
Привет.
С победой.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. Я думаю, что для всей страны подарил ты хорошее настроение на неделю вперед. За это тебе большое спасибо от нас всех.
Спасибо.
Ислам, скажи, пожалуйста, правильно ли понял, что до Рамадана подраться хочешь, да, вот для русской
Да,
публики?
конечно, 100% надо, да, Рамадан. Рамадан в феврале где-то начинается. У нас еще 5-6, 4 месяца точно надо подраться.
Да, хорошо. Скажи, первый бой с Волком все-таки тяжелее, чем сегодня, правильно понял?
Да, первый бой и для организма, и вообще по состоянию был намного тяжело. Там много факторов. Мы дрались у него с зимы в лето, приехали разные температуры, акклиматизации, вся арена его поддерживала. Вообще проблемы с восстановлением, с временем. Турнир начался в 5 утра. Очень много факторов сыграло на то. Это был вообще худший день моей жизни, чтобы подраться.
Понял. Скажи, хочешь ли подраться в полусреднем весе до 20 побед еще? Уж больно крупные тут ребята.
Ничего, будем набирать тоже. Вот Ян Гарри был один из самых высоких. Я не намного ниже него. Так что буду здесь еще много лет.
Спасибо, с победой.
Спасибо большое.
Islam back here. Congratulations on the win. Khabib always looks nervous in the corner. I wanted to ask you, out of you and your teammates, who do you think makes Khabib the most nervous?
We have some couple guys, and I also corner a lot of our fighters. We have some guys who never listen, and some of the time when you corner someone, he don't listen. You just want to stand up and go to the locker room, because some of them never listen. But it's very hard to corner some people, very nervous, easy to fight, because I just told you guys, we're not just teammates, we all brothers, That's why very hard to corner someone.
And your brothers, they've all been having Philly cheesesteaks in front of you. Are you excited to finally have one now that you're done cutting weight and you've won the title again?
Still, I don't eat good Philly cheesesteak. That's why. Ali, order to the room, please.
Islam right here, right back here. Congratulations on the victory tonight. It's the 7th straight title fight you've been involved in. Again, you broke Anderson Silva's record, double champ status. And pound for pound #1 fighter in the world. You've accomplished everything there is to accomplish in the sport, and you also said the 100th victory for you and your team today too. What makes these moments still so special for somebody that has been there and done it all? Like, why is this still special to you, and what keeps you going as well?
It's still it's special because we still made the history. It's Abdul Manap legacy. It's all about our discipline, about our school, Abdul Manap Nurmagomedov school. And I just told you guys, it's not finishing today or tomorrow. It's gonna go until the MMA is we have this sport.
And lastly, one more thing I wanted to mention, ask. Obviously, you and your team, you come in from Dagestan, but this week, especially shown towards you at the press conference and tonight, there was a lot of love shown towards you and your family, with you being the Philly fan base seeming like they were cheering for you. Just how does it feel to come in from Dagestan, that's a completely different culture, and kind of take over American culture as well, and becoming this figure over in the
It's
States?
good.
As well?
It's good. It's become. I like to fight in USA because I feel last couple fights the crowd all support me. They all come to watch my fight. A lot of fans come to somewhere to watch my fight. That's why I just want to say thank you, and I love to fight.
All right, thank you, Islam.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
That's it, gang. 330, UFC 330 is a wrap. Rocking the Sixers fight song, gotta love it. Good card in Philadelphia. Hopefully they come back sooner than 7 years next time. I think our next event's going to be UFC when they come to Madison Square Garden in New York City. That'll be in November. I'm looking at Salt Lake City to go to, so we'll keep the coverage coming. Interviews will be flying off this week, so check that out. And you know the rest. At Home of Fight, at Jake Noecker. Give us a follow. Thanks for tuning into Home of Fight's coverage. Hopefully we see you guys soon. And still, double and still tonight. Gotta love it. Peace, gang.